And we're back. Just casually crashed my video card. It's all good now, though. Just casually crashed my video card. Okay, we good now? Okay. Procedural biome zone borders, is that still relevant? Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. We're doing things... Calculating asset index. Let's watch the RAM climb as this happens. Yeah. Surprisingly not climbing that much. Okay. Riderlink plugin installed. Did I also accidentally upgrade to the next version or something? God, the worst side effect of a crash. Okay, we're just indexing Unreal Engine now. Let's boot that up. Put that over there. We can get rid of you now. I have too many of the EU open. That's fine. That's okay. It failed. Okay, what the hell? Oh, I accidentally typed something in there. My bad. What else what did I change? Hang on. Did I hit what did I do here? Oh, it put tabs in it all. Okay. Formatted everything. Oh, I opened up save game. That's why. Get out of here. Exit. I opened up the wrong goddamn project. My project. I was like, everything looks slightly different. I didn't understand why. Okay. Okay, we good? We'll just let that continue. There it is. There it is. Okay, so I think I have some off by one error somewhere. So if I click play and zoom in, first of all, let me look. Is this, I'm clicking on this chunk. Are you 0, 0? You are 0, 0. Okay. Where the hell am I? There we go. Let's zoom in. Okay, this is 0, 0. If I click there, okay, that did try to spawn. That did be spawning me. Okay. So why come? What am I looking for? Endless terrain. I wanted to look at this to see if it's holding on to things it shouldn't be whenever I teleport. Okay. And so, yeah, why comes when I teleport over here? Negative 40, 15. You know what? Hang on. I need to, what is the function? Or do I wrap it in a button or something? Forgot what I did to do the click. Where am I doing that at? And where's my teleport function? Where the fuck am I calling that from? Okay, so I know my teleport function is in here. Teleport player. Okay, no blueprint usages. Wait, how the hell am I teleporting my player then? The EB user. Hey, how's it going, mate? Welcome. You're just watching me struggle to remember where I wrote certain bits of code. So, yeah, welcome. Welcome to the experience. And I'm doing that because I want to... My teleport functionality might be... There's something off by one somewhere. So each of these pixels relates to a chunk, a terrain chunk. And at the top up here it says what the chunk is. And so it says this is negative 40, 15. So when I click on this, it should teleport my player to the middle of negative 40, 15. So I clicked. Okay. Well, first of all, it just kind of failed and gave up, and it just doubled memory without actually teleporting me. So that's great. So it would be nice to understand why that's happening. What do I do about that? So I'm not showing additional chunks in the endless terrain memory. And if I pop out here, I don't see any off in the distance over there. So it should, yeah. It should be just teleporting me. No, I'm gonna click again. This is gonna be risky. Negative 40, 15. Can I actually spawn here, please? No, it just took me straight back. Okay, and now I'm at still at 23 gigs of memory. 25 now. Okay, let's just stop that. Please release all that memory. Release the chunks. So it actually still has 221 chunks in the memory right here. I did get some memory back. Okay. I would like to teleport to negative 4015. Why does it tell me? Why does it teleport me back? And I thought this was the function. It told me there are no blueprint usages. That was a lie. This is, in what function? Mouse? Ah, on mouse button down. Okay. What the hell am I doing in this function? So we get the mouse location, transform screen space to map coord, transform world map coordinate to chunk coordinates. Okay. I'm gonna refactor some of this. How did you make your 3D models? That's my secret. I didn't. I need to make a basic 3D car, see what I can do for skeletal mesh deformations, so gotta learn the very basics of Blender perhaps. Yeah, I haven't taken that step, but I would assume that is what you would need to do. Either that, or just wait for next month and maybe there will be a free car on the Epic launcher. It's gonna be transform mouse position to terrain chunk, or I'll just say to chunk coordinate, and it will return a chunky coord. A vector 2. Make this const pure. Where was it? This one goes here. Boop. Okay. Okay, transfer mouse position to chunk coordinate. What's happening next month? Oh, I'm just talking about the monthly free assets on the Unreal Marketplace. I need very basic shapes, see how fast copying skeletal meshes is and replacing them after deformations. I mean, you're wanting to do it with a car skeletal mesh? Are cars usually rigged up as a skeletal mesh? Or are they a static mesh? Yeah, I just need to sit down for a day or two, yeah. Shouldn't be too bad. A lot of people use Blender. There's probably a lot of tutorials and stuff out there for that, so. But yeah, nothing special happening next month. Just the maybe there will, on the off chance there will be some cars on the monthly free Epic Games assets. Okay, so if the mouse is on the map, we're going to teleport the player to the world location of the terrain chunk. Teleport, and I am logging in, so what did... Teleport to chunk. It was trying to, it just moved me back, so I guess my teleport function just kind of sucks. Which is on brand. Handled. Wait, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Okay, that's fine, I guess. Well, I'll have to rig them. It's just the simplest example I could think of. A car moving left and right with wheels rotating to move. So I can shoot at them. Instead of a full-blown human and creature. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to create skeletal meshes. But yeah, I don't know. I would give it a shot with you know, just a regular skeletal mesh creature, human or something. Let's just see how it goes. And if that's like too much, then maybe take the dive and learn Blender. That's probably what I would do. But that might be a fool's errand. Okay, so let's see why my teleport function sucks. So, okay. I get the controlled pawn of the player controller that we're teleporting. Get owning player. And I set the actor transform. I reset the physics. Be sweep false. That is all. Teleporting player is add. Okay. Yes, and so I wait for the terrain to load. So I add it into the teleporting players, which maybe I don't need to handle that, because yeah, I have this finish teleporting players function that gets called whenever the new terrain chunks are loaded. And then that's when I go through and... yeah, I don't know that I need to do this anymore. I'm just gonna comment this out. That might fix my teleporting here. So I was doing that when I was like unpossessing the character, moving the character, and then repossessing it once all the chunks loaded. But yeah, that's not needed anymore. I'm not doing that anymore, so maybe I gotta get rid of this stuff. Might give your suggestion an hour or two. Yeah, I mean that's the way I go, but I don't necessarily go the easiest way. Like for instance, I tried to learn Unreal Engine and C++ at the same time as I was learning procedural generation. That was the first thing I did in Unreal Engine, and all my code turned out garbage that I had to refactor later. But I learned a lot. Probably just took way longer than it needed to. Yeah, I don't see why there's any harm in giving it a couple hours to give it to try. Tricky to decide the quickest path for a simple test, so easy to waste time for nothing. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. It's like, how much time do you spend like developing debug tools or something like that, you know, that are never going to see actual play. So like right now, I built out this whole map zoom function because I have a chunk over here that's not turning out correctly, and then I put the chunk, the black-white value, like the amount of black or white in the pixel, up here, so I could see that, so I could see what these chunks were trying to turn out to be. But it's like, yeah, how long do you spend doing stuff like that? Huh. These pixels are off a little bit, or I don't know what's off. That's negative 40 to 15. Yeah, let's teleport to negative 40, 15, see if that actually works better this time. Okay, that worked a lot better. Okay. Eject. Okay, so the problem here is... Okay, and it actually teleported me to the right one as well, I think. Wait, where'd my character go? Yeah, it did. Okay. So yeah, negative 40, 15 is the chunk that's not right. It is the ugly stepchild. And apparently, negative 14 has a value of 0.05. So it's basically almost... And it's almost a... it's almost an ocean tile. And then its neighbor, negative 4115, is even closer, which would be this one, negative 4115. So this one's basically an ocean as well. Now, the next one over, and again, these values right now don't do anything other than determining if it's an ocean chunk or not. 0 is chunk, is, 0 is chunk, no, 0 is ocean. Everything else, like, this is 0.01. This is land, right? I'm just now noticing that, like, it's not perfect. Like, it changes chunks a little too early. A little too early. How fundamental are biomes in your game? 42. But that's not a final number. I'm basically going through key parts of the game with mini tech demos to sample the difficulty and potential. Done with dynamic mesh deformation for now. Done. Yeah, that's kind of how I do it as well. I don't know if I do tech demos, but I do, like, I get it to, like, oh, this is good enough. You know, I can see the end. I definitely don't put any level of polish on it. None at all. There's an example of that right there. What I was working on yesterday, though, was, this is probably a better example over here. So I'm using fall-off maps to build these mountains, which are the borders of these biomes or zones, and I'm also using fall-off maps for the coastlines to transform what would be just a land chunk into a coastline chunk. Now those, I'm adding them for the mountains and subtracting them for the coastlines, and so yesterday, or no, the day before yesterday, what was it? It doesn't matter. Earlier, I figured out how to make those two work together so that when a mountain meets a coastline, they're not just like completely mismatched, which is what was happening before. So we fixed that for the most part, except for this one. And I'm trying to figure out why. And I was trying to zoom in to make sure that the chunk here was actually what I thought it was. And I believe it is. And so what we have here is a chunk that is a land chunk. And I gotta get back on my controller here. And so everything, so this one right here is an ocean chunk. Negative 4116 is the ocean chunk. This one is technically an ocean. The reason it doesn't look like that is because what used to be a mountain got a fall-off map applied to it to where it is now just a little bit of a hill poking out. Now the issue here is we have this guy who we see here it has a fall-off slide on the bottom left. That is because the chunk to its bottom left coordinate is an ocean chunk. And that's also why we have that bottom left section subtracted out of it. Now, I had to do a lot of work to get the biome zone border mountains to play nicely with these coastline fall-offs. And in doing so, I had to like here are the original border sides that were applied, and the rule for whether or not a chunk is a border and which side I apply a fall off map to is basically checking like if you imagine all these pixels on the right side don't have any darkness and lightness in them, no black and white, and they're all just flat colors. I just check each direction, all 8 directions, cardinal and ordinal, and I say, is this a different color? And I don't pay attention to, there's no black again, so these ones right here would be like red, and then these would be green in here. And so this one is, what was it? It was like, my cursor is getting in the way quite a bit. I should make that cursor scale down when I zoom in. Negative 4015 is that red one. And so below it is green. And so that's why we have the bottom fall off applied there. That makes sense. To the right of it should be red. So we do not have, in the original border sides, we do not have the right applied, but we do have left. Left technically is green, I guess. I can't really tell. Can't really tell. But that's okay. That's okay. And then I have bottom right. Boom, boom. Yeah, so I can see that that one is green. So that's right as well. So yeah, we have left, bottom, and bottom right. Why don't we have bottom left? Because it's 0. Because that's an ocean tile, right? And so we have a bottom left fall off. And the way I transform these border sides is that I actually make the coastline fall off directions. I have these maps that like negate them and exclude them. It's fucking disgusting what I end up doing. Where did I do that? Map generator? Yeah, here's here's what I do, right? Fall off side exclusions. So a top fall off side will get rid of a top left, and top right border side. And I have to do some transforms as well to get things to work. Now, I've messed up somewhere, I think. I've either messed up somewhere, mistyped something, or there's a scenario I'm somehow not handling. And so I'm trying to break down this scenario. So again, so top left, it would not have a border on the top left because to the top left is a chunk with the same color. Left would, but it doesn't seem like left is being applied. Left got canceled out and bottom got canceled out. So now we just have bottom right. Which matches up with this, but it does not match up with this. So this is negative 4115, which I guess is a green. And this has a right applied to it. It is a top right. And so this should ideally have a top left applied, I guess. Which is interesting. Does this have a bottom right? This got transformed into a bottom right. Why did that? Because it had a bottom. It had a bottom, and then what I do when there's also fall off sides and border sides, I transform a bottom into a bottom right. A soggy bottom is what we have here. Now this one, did I go through and so I should have probably, I don't have a top. Because this is, fuck, how would I isolate this scenario? Like, I'm kind of understanding what's happening now. But I'm like, yeah, this is matching up with all the logic I've done. And yeah, it doesn't have a top left here, because top left is the same color. Now this ends up having a bottom right. You see it got transformed into a bottom right, because it took the bottom and split it into bottom left and bottom right. And it had a bottom. So really, it should have split left. This should have split left into a bottom left and a top left. But it didn't. It should have split left into... Aha. Here is... Wait, what? I've totally forgotten what I'm using these for. Border side transforms. I am finding the key, transforming the value. What's the ratio between the real-life square and the minimap computational square? 1-to-1, some kind of kernel smoothing applied? That is way more complicated than what I'm doing. I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. It's just a pixel, right? Like, I just generated a render target that's 128 by 128 pixels, and then I colored it with a biome map, and then I applied some noise to it to create the oceans and stuff, and the darkness and lightness. And then I've translated each one to a chunk coordinate and a real-world chunk. So each pixel is a chunk, and each chunk is about 12,000 Unreal units, schmeckles I like to call them, because they are meaningless to me. But yeah, this should have taken left and transformed it into a top left and bottom left. And the bottom left should have gotten subtracted out by the fall off side. So why didn't that? Because this took bottom and split it into a bottom left and a bottom right. The bottom left got canceled out because bottom left is a part of left. So left would have overridden that. Kernel smoothing, you're funny. You think way too highly of me, Firmstool. I need to let you down some more, like some of the other people in my life. So you work on the pixel. Damn, not worried about precision / numerical issues. Subsampling a bit might smooth things out. I work on the pixel. I think you're thinking I'm doing something way more complicated than I am. It's what I'm doing is very simple, and I'm literally just I'm just transforming, like I have a chunk at 0, 0, right? There's a chunk at 0, 0. It's somewhere over here, right? Looking at the top of my map, right there. There's chunk 0, 0. It's right off the edge, right off the edge of the landmass there. And so this is at the whatever, because you can get the screen space of a widget, right? The screen size. Locally, like the local screen space of a widget. So I did that, and so what I can do is I can also get the mouse position on the screen, and what I've done is I've transformed the mouse position to the local screen space widget, and then I've just taken whatever half of this image size is, and I say that's 0, 0, right? And so I have an array. Let me show you this. Where's my world map? Here we go. So I have an array. Let me scroll up. So generate map data is where this all happens at. Is this where it all happens at? No, I'm in the wrong class. Ignore me. Ignore me. Okay, now pay attention. Generate world map is where this all happens. And so I'm like creating a render target, which is world map size, which is just 128, like I was saying before. Generate a bunch of random numbers. And I have a material. I have this material. I can show this. I can show this. It looks like this. It looks like this. I have this material. And I get some random numbers to pick like a random location on here to sample. And so with that sampled, I now have, that's my oceans and land. So now that I have that, I have this, it's in my world map render target now. I am going to read that, and I have the world map pixel data, which again, it's 128 by 128 is the size. Here I'm just checking if the center is a valid spawn location, meaning it's not in the middle of the ocean. If it's not, I'll just generate a different one. And I'm using a random stream here, so it'll be deterministic, even if it has to regenerate. And then I have my biome pixel data here. And so I generate a Voronoi map. I just have the Voronoi equation. I'm using this thing right here. This is what generates my Voronoi. This is my biomes, right? It just gives me some polygons. And again, I translate the units, or whatever units these polygons are in, to the texture resolution that I aim for, which I believe is, I generate it a little bit higher res than the the render target that I'm going to end up putting it in. And so, yeah, and here's the ratio. I use this ratio to transform the units there. And then I iterate through all the pixels in that Voronoi material that I showed you. I iterate through all the pixels in a very small sample of this. So it would probably end up looking something like that. And I just get the color of it. Like, what color is this? And it's in white and black, so color to 01 is just a range from 0 to 1 for how much black and white there is. How gray is it? How black is it? How white is it? And then I have this world chunk height map that I put that in. And so, because I'm iterating through pixel per pixel, I can translate between the 1D array, which is whatever 128 times 128 is in length, and I can translate that to the XY coordinate of a chunk. And so I just pick that one, and I say, how much black and white is there in that pixel, which is just this array? And that's what my chunk gets rendered as. And so here's my terrain chunk class. Right here is I calculate the fall-off sides and the border sides. And that's what I'm using that information for, not only just to display it in the UI, but I can generate it here. Here's my world chunk biome map, world chunk height map rather, and I pass in the x and y coordinates of whatever this chunk is. And then my endless terrain class is like the parent of all these chunks. That will, it basically just takes a certain distance and it's like, hey, spawn, generate all the chunks in this coordinate. How do you ensure that it's smooth between chunks? Okay, so you mean like the terrain. How does the terrain connect to each other? Yeah, so that is all the magic of Perlin noise with offsets applied to it. And that'll be here. That'll be mostly here. Here's Perlin noise right here. Here's the I add some frequency and offsets to it to make it interesting. Do a little stuff with amplitude here. There's some lacunarity somewhere. I forget where I do that. Lacunarity is a part of it as well. But yeah, as long as you are, I pass in the chunk chord here. Center. This is the chunk chord. So for each chunk, it calls this function with a vector 2D, and that's the coordinate of the chunk. And you see here, I'm just adding to the offset plus the center, the chunk chord. And I should probably flip this here because I was following something that had been done in Unity, so their coordinates are actually upside down from Unreal coordinates, and so I fucked up by following Unity stuff, loosely basing my stuff off of something I followed from Unity. But yeah, I should probably change that eventually. But yeah, offset X and offset Y. And we just have that offset and it connects magically. It's pretty sweet. And as long as I apply, I was talking about fall-offs and stuff. It's the issue, so going back to my terrain chunk class, this is where I'm generating the map data. And I pass in the fall-off sides and the border sides. Again, fall-off sides are for blending into a coastline. Border sides are for making mountains on biome zones. And so as long as I'm using the same exact fall-off map generated, and it's literally, it just looks like it's like a terrain chunk that just has a slope like that, like on a particular side, right? So I give it the coordinates, it grabs the information from the world map pixel data that I was just showing, and it says, okay, what pixel is above me? Same color. It's the same color. Okay, I'm just gonna be a normal chunk. And if every pixel on every side, all 8 sides, is the same color, it's just a regular chunk. Nothing special happens. But if the pixel, say, above it is black, it's an ocean pixel, and so it'll apply the fall-off map on the top side only. And so, depending on your orientation, it'll just be slanted towards the top. Now, what if the pixel is only in the top right? Then I have to do only the top right coordinate is a fall-off. So it's just only slanted in the top right. Like, so if my camera, it would be like up here, if my camera was the chunk. It would be like this section up here would be slanted, just based on the distance away from. I forget if I did distance away from center or distance away from opposite side. But I take all those different fall-off maps that I can apply, whether it's top, right, bottom right, whatever. I combine all those into one fall-off map, and then I take that and I either subtract it for the coastlines or I add it for the mountains. And that makes them, as long as I do that the same on every chunk, it'll make them match up. Now, I say match up. My seams are not great. So there's a little bit more work to do there, and I have a feeling that's because I'm doing some smoothing somewhere. Where's my curves folder? Hello, please. I have a folder full of curves. Where is this? Yeah, so I'm using this curve right here to smooth the transition of, because the fall off map is just a linear version of this, right? It's like it's one of these things. Hang on. The fall off map would just look like this. It would just look like that, which when you connect two of these together, it just comes to a perfect point at the top, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. So I use this interpolation here. Cubic, what is it? Cubic interpolation or something? Yeah, cubic interpolation to kind of smooth those mountains and also the coastlines to make them look more natural. But I have a feeling the final vertex. If I switch to my wireframe, we can probably see this. But yeah, my final vertex is probably being subtracted a little too much. I should probably make sure that the final. Well, this is an interesting case. I'm not quite sure why these aren't lining up, but I'm guessing it has something to do with how I'm calculating the final vertices in my fall-off map function. But yeah, they're not quite, you can even see it here, like the final vertices are not quite aligned. And they are on, like, this is actually two different chunks right here, and you can't even tell because the vertices are aligned perfectly. So yeah, I just need to mess with that equation a little bit more. But yeah, almost there. So that's how the whole system works. So the issue must be in that transformation. It's specifically this. So this little crack here is a different issue, but this chunk's issue is because the work I was doing yesterday was to make the coastline fall-offs and the zone border mountains work together. That was really fucking difficult, actually. So everything I was saying before was actually remarkably simple once you actually like understood it, and I was actually surprised at how quickly I got these border mountains to work. What I didn't get quickly to work was where the border mountains fall-off maps meet the coastline fall-off maps. That was incredibly fucking difficult. And that's why I'm talking about transforming. I have all these different sides here, bottom right, bottom left, top right, all that stuff. And I essentially have to go through, like, if there's fall-off sides and border sides on the same chunk, I have to reconcile that somehow. And essentially what I've done is I make fall-off sides take precedent. And so I make, like, a bottom fall-off side will cancel out a bottom... This probably isn't a great example. But it would cancel out, like if this had a border side on the bottom and a fall-off side on the bottom, or even a border side on the bottom right, bottom left, bottom, and bottom right would all get canceled out and deleted by a fall-off side on the bottom. This one was not happening for it, and the reason is the original border sides for this was left, bottom, bottom right, which makes sense. I was going through that earlier. Now, it should have taken, because there's fall-off sides, it should have taken left and bottom and transformed them into bottom left, top left, and then another bottom left and a bottom right. So bottom gets split into bottom left, bottom right. Left gets split into top left, bottom left. And then the fall-off sides should cancel out. So you take the fall-off sides bottom left, all it should have gotten rid of was bottom left. And so it should be bottom right, top left, but that didn't get applied. I should have a top left here, because this has the one to its left has a top right, the one to its top left has a bottom right, and the one directly above it has a bottom left. So I have something wrong somewhere, and I think it's in here. Here's these nasty, absolutely ugly, disgusting transformations that I do. Now, what is happening? If there is a left fall-off map, I transform a top into a top right, and a bottom into a bottom right. Is that right? Am I doing... I wrote this like yesterday or the day before. So basically it's hieroglyphics to me at this point. If I have a... And is that how I'm using it? The value, the key... For each, yeah, so we use the fall-off side. So for each fall-off side that we have, if we have a transform for it, we'll iterate through each of the transforms. So there's 2 for each one, and then I take the key. If border side, so each of these keys is a border side. And then I change that border side to the corresponding value. So if there's a left fall off, there's actually a bottom left fall off. So these should actually be... What am I doing here? I think I should actually be splitting these somehow, somewhere. You can go away now. Don't need you anymore. Remove all... Okay, so... I think I need to add the ordinal directions to this map. I think that's what needs to happen. I think that's what needs to happen. And so I'm going to test this with just one. And essentially, bottom left... Paint.exe needed. Yeah, probably. I've got it all in my head right now and I don't want to lose it. Bottom left should transform a bottom into a bottom right. And the reason I'm transforming bottom into bottom right is because the bottom left fall off down here in this corner of my camera, if I have a fall off here, it's going to take precedence over a bottom left mountain. And so if I have a bottom mountain, like everything on this side, which covers, all... both quadrants, then I want to get rid of that side. And so that means if I have a bottom left fall off, it transforms bottom into bottom right. That's what that does. That's what I'm writing here. And I also need to transform a left, same concept, into a top left. Because we're getting rid of bottom left. And so that should be what I need. That should be exactly what I need. This is going to work. I am 100% sure, and I've never been wrong before. So I'm not going to start being wrong now. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Okay, we're going to go over to where's negative 4015? Negative 4015. I am so confident right now. Boom! Oh, I was actually not confident at all. I'm surprised. But yeah, that worked there. There's that chunk. There's that chunk. And we see now our border sides. We have the top left border side. We have 2 bottom rights, but that doesn't matter. This chunk just has a lot of bottom, and it's okay if you got a lot of chunk and a lot of bottom. There's some people out there that like that, and that's okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. I guess I just didn't end up having any... that one's just not rendered. That's not an issue. I guess I just didn't have any of the ordinal direction scenarios happen. So I need to do this for all the different ones. For the 4 different ones. Okay. Let's start with top left. Would transform a top into a top right. And it would transform a left into a bottom left. Okay, moving on. Top right would transform a top into a top left. Remember, we want the opposite of what's here. And now it's also going to transform the right, a right side fall off, into a what now? Bottom right. Okay, we already did bottom left. Moving on to bottom right is going to transform bottom into not bottom right, but bottom left. Now, bottom right, we don't care about lefts if we're on the bottom right. We care about right, and we want to transform right into bottom, not left. No, we want to transform it into top right. Yes. Okay. This is absolutely horrid, and I'm pretty sure I had nightmares about it last night, but I can't remember. But yeah, let's go try and find some chunks. Let's go see if we can find some wonky chunks somewhere. I'm gonna restart this. Firmstool, if you could do me a favor and give me like a 6 or 7 digit seed, that would be awesome. I would love to go check out some other chunks. I need some input. And specifically what we're looking for is we're looking for chunks that don't look right on the coastlines. But these coastlines look good, and I'm seeing here's a border right here. Okay, here we go. Perfect. This looks like a good seed. I like the way this number looks. It looks like leet. It looks like the word leet. Giga seed right here. Alright, let's see it. Let's see how good this seed is. It's gonna be middle of the ocean. Nope. What do we got? Okay, look at this. Look at all this little. It's almost like some marshland here. Now, another thing I want to do with the chunks is because I was saying like the darkness and lightness of the pixel doesn't really do anything yet. What I want that to do is to be the average altitude, right? So the lighter ones are going to be higher up than these ones down here at sea level. So this would actually turn into maybe like a little swampy area over here. Is what I want. And again, I'm going to have to essentially apply fallout maps to it, right? I'm going to have to take the that decimal number that you see up here. I'm going to have to take that decimal number and transform that, apply it to all the vertices in the chunk in some way. And I'm going to have to blend between all the chunks that are around it. It's going to be a lot of work. But yeah, let's teleport over here, closer to the coastline. Closer to the coastline, let's check out. These coastlines are looking good. This is like a big, look at this big lake here. This is a giga seed. I like this seed. This is a good one. Yeah, there's a huge lake here. So where am I? I'm like right here. This is also my meadows biome. My shitty meadows biome. We're like right there. Okay. Is that right? So facing right. Okay, so this is the map orientation. So right in here would be this. Interesting. There's like a bay inside of a lake. Let's teleport again. I want to go to the other side. Neat. We do have some mountains, literally, like, look how cool, this is like a, anyone seen the show Vikings? Kattegat, the initial town that they're in, is like this, like, bay area that has, like, these giant mountains on either side, and there's this little inlet here to where you can get on land. That's what that reminded me of. But yeah, that's kind of cool. I like that. Like the mountains are already giving the the exact same noise map, height map. It's already giving it quite a bit more characteristics and making it feel more realer. Okay, that didn't like teleporting. Try it again. Huh. Why isn't it working now? It was working. Looks pretty cool, TBH. Thank you. I think so too, because it was like the way how it started was like it was all flat. I mean, I say flat, but there's no ocean, right? It's just the same kind of landscape, right? Bro, it does not want to teleport me. That's kind of a... Is it because I disconnect the player controller? No, it's not. Okay, I'm using 42 gigs of memory with Unreal Engine. I gotta stop. But what I was trying to say is that it was all the same height map. It was all the same noise. The terrain looked all the same. There was no ocean. There was some lakes. There was some mountains. But it was all very samey. So I'm glad it's looking better. How it's going is a lot better than how it started. I'm just going to restart this to free up some of that memory, because that was using it a lot. And I blame PCG for that. Because the biomes you see on the map, the different colors, are also, they work with the PCG biome stuff. And so I have PCG graphs for 2 different biomes now. They're not that different. One's meadows, which is really just a bunch of shitty grass and flowers. And then I have the forest one, which is all the other colors. I think cyan is the meadows. So everything that isn't cyan is just forest. But there was an asset pack, a stylized asset pack, on the Epic Games launcher in the Unreal Marketplace for free this month. That it was a bunch of stylized biomes, and I was like, oh, this is fucking perfect. It had like a desert, it had like a red one, it had like a forest. I was like, oh, this is perfect. I gotta work those into, I gotta create PCG graphs for those. And get them lined up with some of these biome colors that I have. Now, the terrain is all the same for each biome, which I was saying I want to do something with the altitude. I was saying that. But I also just want different landscape features, right? Not just this height map. I want some places that have, like, plateaus, you know, some places that are very mountainous, you know, stuff like that. But that's a lot of work, and that is work for a different day. We fixed our issue here, which is nice. Let's continue exploring this. Now, yeah, I wanted to go over, you know, let's actually go over here. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my guy to land. There we go. Now let's pop out and take a look here. Interesting, interesting. Okay, but our mountains are looking good. The mountains are looking good. So I'm here. Hang on. Stand up. Stand up, please. Oh God, you fell. Can you get out? Okay, he's just gonna be stuck. Let me zoom in here. Okay, so this is. What coordinate am I on here? This is terrain chunk 3421. 3420 negative 21. So tricky to solo dev, yes. The sky's the limit with a system like that. Literally, you could do sky cities. Yeah, I have a kind of an idea. I got this idea from playing Magic the Gathering. There is a fuck, what do you call it? Zendikar. Like the Zendikar playset. It's all these like floaty, yeah, like you say, sky cities, and I do want to have floating terrain. And I do like the Zendikar have these like hedrons that like float around and stuff like this, and they have floating islands and stuff. What kind of generation are you using to create this biome map? Oh, you just missed it. I did like a full breakdown of it, but I'll do it again because it's very interesting to me. But yeah, this is all Voronoi cells. The colors are. The colors are some Voronoi cells calculated with this function here. It's in the F Delaunay 2. So you can use Delaunay triangles to generate Voronoi cells, so I do that. And then I assign a random color to each cell, and that ends up creating some zones that are different shapes. Because it's actually this blue one here is probably actually 3 or 4 different cells. And what I do is I have a material. Here's actually the world map. right? But I have a material, world map material. Not that one, this one. So I use this, and I have some offsets applied to it, and I just generate some random numbers. And I'm just using this noise node here. It's also Voronoi, but differenter. And this is the map I use for like the oceans. And so it would probably get you something like that, which would end up looking like that. And then I apply all those Voronoi cells that I made. I make sure to generate the Voronoi cells in the same or similar resolution as a world map. And I have some different parameters there. Ignore the shitty player character that is halfway through the ground there. But I have some like number of cells. Like I have 250 cells for this image. I have some different parameters like that, and offset is like how random it is. It's I basically just generate a grid of points and offset them a little bit, and then draw Voronoi cells around them. That's how I do that. And so I take these two different things and I lay them on top of each other. I take the world map and then I put that the colored map of Voronoi cells right on top of it. And every pixel is a terrain chunk. And so if let me zoom back in here. And so black is ocean. And so I am on 34, negative 21 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and so that relates to a terrain chunk coordinate. And so whenever terrain chunk spawns in, I think this is the correct orientation. Whenever chunk spawns in, I kind of query this map. I iterate through the pixel data. Well, I already will have, but I generate a list of colors, and I can do a little bit of math to transform this chunk coordinate into one of these pixels. And so for this chunk, I essentially say what chunk is to the left, bottom, bottom right, top right, you know, all 8 directions. And I come up with a list of, I call them fall-off sides. So I end up generating a fall-off map with different quadrants on it. And so this one has a fall-off map only in the top right, and that would be because the chunk to the top right, let me get rid of the water here, so I can actually click on them. This chunk in the top right is actually an ocean chunk, because its color is all black. It is all black. So that was 35, negative 21, so top right is, you can see it's 0 there. It's one of these, 0. I think it's that one. And 0 means ocean. And so that's why it generated a fall-off map in the top right, and it applied it. It subtracted that fall-off map, and that's how it blends it into the ocean. Now, what I've been working on recently is getting these tall mountains to appear. And what you'll actually see, if I align this properly in such a way, and go over here a little bit. Yeah, so this mountain range here actually relates to the red here. And so I do a similar concept with each of, like for this pixel, I'm imagining it's like one of these ones over here, one of these chunks. Probably one of these ones. But this chunk here is saying, do I have a different color pixel on the bottom? Yes, okay, render a bottom fall-off map, but add it this time instead of subtracting it. And that creates a mountain range when you do that on all sides of these chunks that have a different color next to them. And what I was working on yesterday and a little bit today was getting that these two opposite applied fall-off maps to blend together. And so that required a lot of disgusting logic for taking a fall-off side. I call them border sides when they're supposed to be a mountain, fall-off sides when they're supposed to be a coastline. And I make sure that the fall-off sides have precedence, and I basically subtract out all of the border side fall-offs that I have. And I use this map to do that, and it's absolutely horrid. I hope that answers things for you, Wanani. Let me know if you have more questions. I am happy to answer anything. Because yeah, I find this stuff super fascinating. But now what we're doing is we're just teleporting around. Well, the result is really great. Thank you. It's come a long way. I was just saying how it started was just like kind of not flat, but it was just a very samey height map landscape that had no features to it. And now it's starting to get some of those features. We have coastlines, we have all these different areas, we have a world map, you know, and then we're getting some some biome mountains. So let me go inland here. So we'll look at like a so to my left here should be like a fork, 3 different ones. Yeah, okay. So it should be, yeah, okay. So if I look like this, I'm in the blue zone, which would be you can actually kind of see it if I zoom out a little bit. Here's the mountain. That would be like right here. Would be those mountains. And then you can actually see a little bit here, the mountains on this, like up against this red zone. And then this area up here, oh, I clicked again somewhere, oops. Okay, but this zone up here would be like starting right there. And this zone up in here would be up in there. But yeah, I am way far away from my zone where I have all my PCG stuff. So let me go back to somewhere close to 0, 0. Okay, where's 0, 0? This would be where the starting location is, right there. Go back here, so we can actually see some PCG. Oh, is it not turned on? All right, let's rerun it. Rerun it. It should be turned. Yeah, there we go. There's my forest. There's my forest. And so we actually the reason I'm doing the map like this with all the different colors is because I'm feeding it into the Procedural Biomes plugin, the PCG Biomes plugin, which I had to like kind of rework a little bit because it was only working with traditional landscapes. So wait, the mountains are between the colored regions? Yeah, so I'm using the colors to determine where the mountains are. And they are the borders of the zones. And my inspiration for that was World of Warcraft, like classic WoW. A lot of the zones in WoW, and I like it a lot, in comparison to something like Valheim, is that they're very contained. And they usually have either coastlines or rivers or mountains indicating where the zone ends. And I like that a lot. I think it gives the zones a lot of characteristics, and it kind of creates like entrances and exits. And you can't just kind of run wherever, right? You kind of have to follow where these zones let you in, right? And I like that a lot, so I wanted to emulate that, and I wanted to do so procedurally, because I'm aiming for kind of maximum replayability with this. But yeah, so these different colors are going to be different procedurally generated biomes as well. I'll end up coming up with more colors eventually, and just layering noise on top of noise, essentially. But the PCG, the procedural content generation frameworks, there's this like sample project that they have. It's a plugin. It's just called PCG Biomes, I think. But you can take that, and there's some like really complicated graphs that they use, and they have a map like this that's statically generated, and they transform it into PCG cells, and they use those cells to determine which subgraphs to run, and each subgraph would be the graph of a different biome. And so that's why you see these colors like this here, is I'm using those colors to these are all called forest. Don't let that fool you. Here's the original. This is like their pre-generated biome map, so each of these colors would be a different biome. But now I'm using this one to determine that. But for example, forest, not that, what do I want here? Go here. Forest is green, right? And I think the only one that's different, I call that swamp. But yeah, none of them are different yet, except for meadow. Where's the meadow depth? Meadow depth. Okay, so cyan is actually the only one that's different. The rest of them are just forests, just because I haven't done anything with them yet. So if I were to go to, where do I want to go to? Let's go like right there. I want to get right next to a. Oh, did it not generate out here? I have some bounds set on the procedural biome stuff, so it actually doesn't generate too far away, and that's just for performance reasons. Let's go right here. This one should be close enough. Yeah, so this is my meadows biome. A little bit different, no trees. There should be some hemp and flax spawned randomly around as well. And yeah, just, oh, there's some right there. There's some hemp. Oh, a bunch of hemp. But yeah, so on that side it's all meadow, on this side it's going to be all foresty. and plan to do much more with that. But yeah, I want to. What was I wanting to do before I got so distracted? Yeah, I was trying to test out some of the. Let's go over here. I like this spot right here because there's a big inland ocean, but really a lake. So there's the lake. Actually connects right there, and all of I have some mountains. Those are all looking good. Everything is blended. Real nice. Yeah, this is looking good, and so this would be the ocean side. And this little tiny bridge is that right there. Oh my god, I gotta fix that ragdoll function, man. It's so annoying that I can't stand up sometimes. Yeah, these are looking nice. These are looking nice. And eventually what I want to do is, obviously I don't want to just like make it to where you can't get into the next zone. So I'm going to need to kind of procedurally figure out an entrance to maybe each zone. Maybe a couple. And that means I want to do things like, you know, maybe just I'll pick a few random chunks. Like maybe these 2 chunks I'll consider as non-bordered chunks. And so that would mean these 4 chunks would have, right now, what do they have? They have probably on the, they have top left, or what do they have? Top left, top right. Yeah, so they just have, this would, if I got rid of these 2 and just flatten these, then this would turn into just a top left, and this would turn into a bottom left, and then the opposite for this side, and it would create a nice pass for players to walk through, a nice path. And then I could potentially use some splines to connect entrances and exits to different zones. I have some plans for using Perlin worms, which is another like Perlin noise, but in 3D. You can use this to generate caves and stuff and tunnels, and so maybe you can tunnel through to there's some tunnels that go from one side to the other side. And then maybe there's just some, I want to have definitely a few biomes that just kind of naturally blend into the next one without a mountain. So maybe get rid of a mountain on one side of a biome every once in a while. And then maybe there's some like kind of man-made type borders, right? That could be just like walls or some sort of barricade or blockade or something, and maybe there's a quest line you have to do to get into the zone, right? You have to befriend the faction of that zone before they let you in, that kind of thing. There's also building in the game, so you can always build. I don't know. Can I build while I'm standing like this? I can. Okay. Well, I can't actually build the thing. It's in blueprint form. But yeah. So maybe there's some walls and stuff built that you have to get through. I don't know if this works with the type of game that you're trying to make, but maybe using something like a dungeon to divide some difficult biomes from the rest of the world. Hell yeah. Something like, I think probably what you have in mind is maybe something like what the entrance to Hyjal used to be in Classic WoW. The, you know, you would go to like the bottom of Winter Spring. Let me get a map of that up here. Vanilla WoW map. I need a zone map. Give me a zone. Here we go. This will be good. Open image in new tab. So yeah, like this is Hyjal, which was a zone you couldn't get to. Actually, didn't. There was like terrain and stuff in there, and you could like, if you built your own private server, you could use some GM commands to like teleport in there and like fly in there, but you couldn't actually get there in game. And Hyjal is a zone that has like a lot of lore in game about it, and there was like a Sundering there and a giant boss. Archimond was there. But this is Winter Spring up here, and there's this area at the bottom of Winter Spring. What is it called? Like Dark Whisper Gorge or something like that. And there's a bunch of elites, right? And I think the only thing that ever goes there is like for a warlock quest. Other reasons, there's no reason to go here. But at the very bottom, like right here, there's a dungeon portal. And WoW, they have instanced dungeons. And it led to, it was gated off, but you could see it, right? Which was so cool, like back in the day, that mystery, right? Like, oh, what's there? How does it open? You know, before there was like internet guides for everything. but it was a potential future raid, or kind of like what you say wannabe, is maybe a dungeon that you have to get through to get into the zone, which is, I think, probably exactly what you're trying to say. But yeah, that's definitely a really cool concept. And yeah, so I'm doing my game. I'm wanting to be a combination of RPG. Oh, I got a subscription. Hell yeah, Max Malcolm Mosley. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Give me the Bezos bucks too. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. Thank you, mate. But yeah, what I'm wanting to do is a combination of an RPG. I have some abilities down here. I got a fireball, a heal, and a dot so far. RPG, but I love colony sim games, like RimWorld is my big inspiration. So, hey Phoenix, how you doing? Welcome. So RimWorld is a big inspiration for me there, and so I want to do colony sim type stuff, but a colony sim not from an omnipotent, omniscient top-down viewpoint. I want to be a part of the colony, right? And I think that can facilitate a lot of like role playing, more so. Which I think is where colony sims actually get really fun, is if you get into and get to know your characters. And I have some a lot of like kind of fancy AI quest generator stuff happening, and I'm generating personalities for these colonists and backgrounds. It'll be things like, oh, a 25-year-old human male paladin who grew up in a strict household, who was, sent off to a religious order. The AI has generated stuff like that for me, and then I use those personalities, feed them into a prompt to generate quests and stuff like that. And so you're going to have a colony full of these different characters that you can get to know through some of the flavor that AI is good at generating. And so combination of RPG, colony sim, and then I also want to make it a roguelite, because why the fuck not? I love the game Hades. And I think using gods in video games is a really good way to flavorfully apply restrictions to the player. Because one thing that something like World of Warcraft has a problem with is open world PvP. Which is, everyone in their mind, when you say open world PvP, they have an image that is glorious and grand, and they might say, I love open world PvP. But in reality, 90% of open world PvP fucking sucks. It's you getting, some undead rogue's dick shoved down your mouth for fucking half an hour, while you're just trying to, like, quest or something. That's the reality. And so I think using something like gods, in comparison with if you die, you start over, kind of, to a certain extent. I would want to apply a concept of the gods want to see honorable combat. So maybe you can't have two players gang up on either someone who's lower level. Maybe you can't even attack people that are too low level because the gods are protecting them, and that the gods want to see honorable combat. But also to prevent uneven battles in open world PvP. And maybe there's some zones on this map that you go into, and it's a multiplayer zone, right? And when you go there, maybe it's an open, it's a no rule, like the gods do not exist in this zone, and that's where maybe the highest rewards are there, and that's where you would group up with your guildies, your friends, and you'd go in there and you'd have a group, and you'd go in there and try to fuck other people up, but maybe they have more than you, and just kind of have a zone that maybe it shifts around as well. But yeah, a zone where there's no rules, no limits, but then most of the zones are like kind of this honorable combat zone where you can't damage too many players, or you can't have too many players damaging a single player at a time. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I stopped playing PvP RPG games. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the ideas for the game that I'm working on now have come from the problems that I've seen in MMOs and stuff like that. You look at games like, what is it, Mortal Online 2, and it's just a open world full loot sandbox, which, like, again, the idea, whenever you say that, you're like, oh yeah, like, I would love that, a full loot open world PvP, full PvP, where you can just take all the gear out. Like, it's, the realism is there, right? The role playing is there, the sandboxiness is there. But what it turns into, like, your idea is the 10%, but what it turns into 90% of the time is this world where you have a fucking mega guild running around killing anyone that tries to fucking oppose them. And your only way to win is to join that guild or fucking not play. And so I don't think games like that work too well. It's too real. And we play games to get away from real life, We play games to get away from a hierarchy like that, right? Like, we all have fucking jobs that we go to where there's someone above us that can just tell us what the fuck to do, controls our life, you know? We want to play games and make the world our own. And so I want all the players to have their own world, and then also be able to opt into some multiplayer stuff as they choose. The idea is really great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think so too. It's a long way away, and maybe I won't ever get there, but the faith there is awesome. Yeah, thank you for the follow, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah. Hopefully some people can check back in later and actually see some progress towards those goals. Only fair enough world PvP is when it's fresh classic and everyone joins Nom for the first few days. Yeah, I remember that. I was there. I was manning Kargoth. I was Horde side, pushing back to Thorium Point, and it's full of dishonor, but we're all dirty and war isn't pretty. Yeah, I mean those were like incredible, and it was funny because like that's when they had just first introduced the PvP system, like the honor system, and we're all fighting over fucking literal like pennies worth of fucking honor, right? Because then BGs came out, and you get like 10k honor in a day, versus like the fucking 100 that you could get from killing people in the open world. And we're all treating it like that was the fucking meta to get honor, but it wasn't really. Never was. Never was. But yeah, it was fun, and that's the most important part. Come on, okay, stand up correctly. There we go. There we go. Where am I? Okay. Okay, let's check out these borders a little bit here. There's a border that just exists on, like, one chunk, basically. And I think what I'm gonna have to do... Yeah, that's crazy. There's, like... Is that up here? That might be up here. What I'm gonna have to do is kind of iterate through all the pixels in this map and kind of triage some things. Like this green zone here, that's not gonna be a very good zone, because it's gonna be mostly mountains. It's gonna be tiny. So I'm gonna have to, like, come up with a way to... I guess basically what I'll do is, like, I'll just count the number of the same colors connected. This is basically going to turn into a leak code question for all the fucking programmers out there who have had to do those, but I'll have to, like, iterate through. When I get to a new set of colors, or a new color, I'll, like, see how many are connected to it, and that'll generate, like, an area, and then I'll have, like, a minimum area required for a zone. And if it doesn't meet that requirement, maybe I'll just turn it into one of the neighboring zone colors. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of kind of massaging here to get rid of some of the, like, this blue, this cyan zone right here. That's not gonna be a good one. That's just a few pixels, right? There's a few blue pixels here that I'll have to get rid of as well. So yeah, a lot of work there. This is actually looking pretty good though for the zone borders. I think we've got it. I think we've got it. I don't know what I want to do next with this though. I kind of just want to run around and explore, but there's not a whole lot to explore. Let's try a different seed. Can someone give me a seed? Give me like a 6 to 7 digit number. Someone give me a 6 to 7 digit number, and I'll check out that seed, and we'll run around a little bit there. So we've got like this nice bay here, which is quite interesting. But all the coastline mountains look good here. So this would be that red zone there. But I want to see what this yellow zone. How big is this yellow zone? I want to get a feel. Oh, okay. Unreal Engine is using 28 gigs of memory here. And it doesn't. Okay, 34. We're gonna have to restart it to free up that memory. Yeah, I don't know why my chunks do not like to let go of their memory. I've done one pass at trying to fix that, and it fixed it a little bit. But yeah, they whenever I teleport, it basically has to generate all the ones in the new location. And I've tried to release all the ones in the old location, and they don't visually exist, but I guess in memory they still exist a little bit. But we have a seed here. Nice. 314159. Okay, we'll see if this is a Giga Chad seed as well. The last one was pretty good. This was a pretty good seed. Write that down. Write that down whenever this game comes out. It's going to be a good seed. Okay, let's spawn there. Are you currently at any studios these days? Oh no, I am just a measly software engineer for my day job. I have no game development experience, save for the past year and a half of me doing this in my free time. Just a hobby for me. Okay, here's a seed. Here's a seed. Another thing I'm going to have to do is for these maps that are generated, I'm going to have to make sure that there's a kind of almost like a minimum amount of land, or maybe a minimum number of zones or an area, because it would suck to get one generated that's just like mostly ocean and shit like that. But this is actually kind of interesting here. Look at this zone. That is a very narrow. That is just going to be all mountain, isn't it? It's going to be like all mountain. Interesting. So yeah, this so the cyan here, this is part of that. So it's basically nothing. There's basically nothing back there. Although that could be a really good, like, because I want a la RimWorld, you know, when you build a colony, invite some of these colonists to your colony and you build it up. I want there to be raids on your colony to give you a reason to build things a certain way. I hate colony sims without any danger. It feels pointless to me for some reason. But yeah, that could be a really good defensive nook. You know, you would only have to worry about one side. The equivalent of building a RimWorld base in the mountains. But what I actually want to do, let's see. I probably can't teleport too much if I do this, but I'm going to double the number of chunks that are generated, the radius around the player. We're going to try that out. And we'll get to see a little bit more of the map that way. But we probably won't be able to teleport without overwhelming my video card's memory. But let's see. Take a little bit longer to start back up. Do you generate the world on the CPU? Yep, CPU. I have a little bit of the world map noise is generated with the material, but yeah, mostly CPU. Yeah, let's pop out. We'll get to see. Yeah, there's quite a bit more there. So, I gotta pull up the map again. Map, hello? Hello, please. So, that's the red zone. That's a pretty small zone. God damn it. Okay, oh, we recovered? We recovered, okay. So, the red zone is what, that direction? It's like over here. So we're going to try and run in that red zone. I want to get a feel from like a player perspective on how big that is. And I can probably run up this mountain, so. A nice little meadows biome here. Oh, can I not get up there? Oh, come on. I mean, it's actually good. It's actually good that... Oh, I did it. Okay. And you know, I'm okay with the player if they can do some like clever jumping. Ignore this like totally bad ridge here. But if they can do some clever jumping or wall running or whatever to get into a zone, that's totally fine with me. Did the mannequin thing, by the way. Definitely the way to do it. Socket, unsocket stuff, transform, replace. Basically the simplest setting, which is what I want. Nice. I'm glad I could influence a potential time save for you. Congrats on the progress, mate. Where am I now? Where am I now? Okay, so on my right side is the red zone here. I want to get a feel. This is actually a pretty sizable zone. It's small in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, that's actually like, I forget how big it is. When I zoom out here, I'm like, oh, that's not very big. That's not very big. Huh. And so this was the right here, this area. Let me actually, I'm gonna rotate so I get a better POV of this. Yeah, red right here. Cyan. Ooh, and this blue one. I love this. This is like a little pass here. Look at that. Oh, that's a cool feature for a zone. Another thing I want to try, I have no idea if this is going to work. No idea. But a lot of these LLM APIs have image capabilities now to where you could upload an image to them and prompt them. And so what I want to try to do once I get this map built out, this world map built out a little bit, with maybe some points of interest on there and stuff like that, I want to see if it can give names to locations. Like maybe it'll recognize this is a pass. You know, I can say like, oh, I can put little pictures of mountains on the map or something, and maybe it'll like this one over here too. Like maybe it'll call these like a pass, like the pass of fucking butthole daggers or something like that. I don't know. I'm not the best at naming things. My variables are a sham or shamble. But yeah, I want to see if that's the thing. And also to I'm hoping it can understand directions, because in a lot of the quests I'm generating with it now, it tries to say head north, head east, you know, that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping if I were to upload a map to it, it can actually understand that up is north, and it can direct people to the proper points of interest. With the AI, you can make a cool map out of someone's acne. Okay, send me a picture of your acne, Primal. And then that can be like an Easter egg. That'll be like a 0.001% chance, and it'll be like a fucking, it'll be like the flesh crafters. You know, there's some sort of like, not alchemist, but like the construct quarter in WoW, where they're just making like abominations out of shit. But I'll do it with your acne though. I think that is a good idea. You know, I'm big into noise. You don't have acne? Ah, where are we gonna fucking find someone? This is Twitch. I thought you all had acne. You can pass the map and ask a story. Yeah, that's essentially what I was trying to go for. We'll see how good it is though. Not quite there yet, but could be interesting coordinates for a trap or whatever. Yeah, like I'm hoping, like I was thinking here, like maybe the bottom part of this zone is a different faction than the top part, and there can be like some story that takes place. You know, this will be like the border between North and South Korea, essentially. something like that. Shortest path, Alco acne solver for mountain ranges. My middle school self would look like Kalimdor. Yeah, my fucking middle school. If you took the back of my neck from middle school, that would be 1,000 needles. That would be 1,000 needles. And for those who don't know what 1,000 needles look like, there's the joke. That's the new version of it. There we go. There you go. There's my neck. There's the back of my neck. Of course, I always sat at the front of the class too. Fuck those teachers. Yeah, and then the shimmering flats. That was like my 10-year-old boy chest. No muscle definition whatsoever. Now that we're on the topic of bodily functions being used to generate noise. Yeah, this is looking nice though. Let's run around a little bit more, because I wanted to see. This is the red zone, right? And this is actually, it looks very tiny. It looks not tiny, but it's a smaller one on the map. But I want to actually run around in it to get a feel for how actually small it is. Oh shit. Okay, we're gonna ride on down. The shimmering forehead. Yeah, I mean, no joke though. The shimmering backney flats. Yeah, and the way, like, this is actually, I think this is a single chunk, right? And then the way, yeah, so I'm generating a fall-off map in one quadrant and the other quadrant, and the way they intersect with each other is kind of bad, right? So some smoothing there could be helpful. Yeah, once you get in here and, wow, the collision is different than the vertices. That's new. Okay. Something to look into. Yeah, you first step into the zone. The back knee, what do I want to say? What's a B word for like a zone? Back knee Brooks. The back knee biome. And you cross the greasy glade. I mean, this looks quaint, right? This is nice. I mean, that's a pretty good zone, right? That's a pretty good sized zone, actually. Where was that pass? It was over here, right? So, like, from a player's perspective, that would be like, you'd be like down here. Walking like, you'd be walking like this fast. Probably like that. So yeah, it's a pretty good sized zone. I mean, that's huge, right? And I can actually, maybe what I should do, let's change some of the Voronoi noise parameters. Same seed, but let's change like the number of cells. So I have 250 cells. Let's just do like 100. If we do 100, they should be massive. They should be massive zones now. Okay, where am I? Yeah, I mean there's only a few zones on here now. Some red islands out here. Don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, I mean that completely changed the border mountains. But it did put some right up against the coastline, and those all look good. So that's what we're trying to test out right now, is how the mountains blend into the coastline fall-off maps. So yeah, those look good. Border side on the bottom right. Okay, that must be this. This is the correct orientation according to the map. So this blue zone would be right over here, and this would be the yellow zone there. What's the size of the chunk? 240. Uh-oh. I was lagging a bit there. 240 is your answer. So they're 240 by 240 for the highest resolution ones. So if I switch to the wireframe here, I'll get rid of the render stuff to see them a bit more clearly. Yeah, so the highest level of detail, the ones immediately in the player's vicinity, it's 240 on a side. And I think each vertice is 50 Unreal Schmeckles apart. And then I use 240 because it's divisible by many numbers. And the reason I want that is for this LOD system. And right now I'm only using 2 LODs because actually the lowest LOD actually doesn't look that bad, right? So if can you even tell, right? The only reason I can tell is because you can actually see the seams a little bit in between the 2 different LODs. But yeah, I was like, I don't need any more than that. It looks pretty good already. But 240 is divisible by many numbers, and that means I can have many different levels of detail, and they'll still match up nicely. But yeah, that means each chunk is about 12,000 units. Turn the render back on, switch to lit. Let me click on one of these. Okay, so that's the 0, 0 chunk. Let me try to get the player's perspective here. Yeah. So that's one chunk. And so that's just at 0, 0, 0. So if I switch over to this one, yeah, that's at negative 12,000. So each one is about 12,000 Schmeckles large. But yeah, it's interesting to see the difference there in the biomes. Let's come up with a different number for that. And I can even change like the things like persistence. So let's change persistence to like, we'll double it, 0.5. And I forget what persistence does. It's been a while since it's massive. Yeah, it's pretty fucking big. I teleport too many times and it crashes my stream. So it's a lot more flat. Isn't that sick? So there was a lot more mountains earlier with the persistence lower, and it's actually more like a marshland now. So like if I have like a swamp zone and I want to generate some different terrain for it, I can increase the lacularity, right? And this can be all swampy. A little swampy zone here. But right now I don't have any way to blend terrain. Wetlands, exactly. I don't have any way to blend terrain. Like the reason that I'm able to do things like what you see here with these mountains all matching up very nicely, except for showing my underwear a little bit there, and blending into the coastlines, is because it's all the same rules and stuff. What's my memory looking like now? We're doing good on memory. So yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with a solution for doing different height maps and blending between the two different height maps. Why is this? What is going on here? I don't know if you guys are getting that at all. Is it just happening? I'm looking. I got another stream going on the side here. I'm trying to look at. I mean, it looks smooth over there. My feedback on OBS keeps lagging now, so. And I want my rainy vibes to continue. But yeah, I mean, this is a big ass. I don't think I would want zones that big. That's too big. And I had 250 before, and those are actually pretty solid zones. Let's do something like I had 250 initially. Let's do 350. So this means 350 zones on the map. So yeah, this is completely different now. Oh, this is such a pretty coastline. Look at this. Look at this coastline. You know what? I'm gonna turn on the spawning now too. Let's turn on. Where is my game mode? There it is. Let's turn on. We'll spawn some stuff. Maybe we'll take a look at some quests too, some AI quests. All right. Yeah. So we got some. There should be some wolves spawned as well. I want to go take a look at this coastline though. It's very pretty. Oh, here we go. Dot him up. Switch my good weapon. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Okay, I fucked that one up. Alright, is he gonna get in here? Nah, we're good. Okay. Dude, they're fucking everywhere. Jesus Christ. Okay, bad seed. This was a bad seed. Let the dots kill him. Oh, I turned on debugging. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just picking up more and more wolves, man. Okay, I got one. One died. Okay, he just killed the fucking colonist there. Oh, I have no mana left either. Shit. I should get a tick of mana here. One more tick before I can cast something. Oh my God, he's dead and fucking following me. That's terrifying. What's their detection range? It's all fucky right now because I'm using like. Okay, now they died. So they have to finish their behavior tree before it stops. Okay, now you can stop. Now your watch has ended. Thank you, doggo. Yeah, let's heal up before some more fuckers come here. Okay, I fucked up that spell. I have messed up that spell. Ignore that. We got another one. I'm gonna see it. So I should be able to snipe things. So not all abilities have or need targets. So, okay. Target him. There we go. Little fireball there. God damn. I think they've probably killed all the colonists. And so the mob spawning isn't seeded at all. It's full random. Jesus fucking Christ! And apparently this wanted to spawn a bunch of wolves. I just wanted to look at the coastline. What's over there? What is over there? Just a little island. Yeah, let me look at the map. I haven't even looked at the map for this one. So yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. So, oh, that's an interesting zone. Look at that. Look at that. So this is a bunch of different Voronoi cells that it's actually connected. It just drew them the same color, so it connected them. What's their detection range? It's based off of AI perception or AI sense, so it's not like a strict number. There is a range for what they can see and hear, but it's very directional, and I don't like it because it's very non-determinate. But what about having an array or something equivalent saying how each biomes connect to each other? What do you mean by connect to each other? That could mean different things. That could mean like the path you can take to get to each zone. Like what I'm planning to do is create some passes in these mountains. to get to one zone or to another, or you might be talking about blending between zones as well. And I don't know that I would need rules or arrays or anything like that, because the PCG graphs do actually have a built-in way to do that, to blend between biomes. Both, yeah. That is coming soon, TM. But yeah, see, what I like about just using this. So what I might do is I only have a few colors here. And I definitely want to have more biomes than just the colors on this map in the future. But what I might do... Is it going to be a single-player game or MMO? Neither. I mean, I would absolutely love to make an MMO, but I'm not going to fucking sit here and jerk myself off saying that I'm gonna make an MMO. It will be multiplayer, so I want you to be able to play with friends, at the very least. And I have a little bit of that working already, but it's not something that I've taken a full-on approach towards implementing. But what I was saying is I might do a map like this with just a few colors in order to create some of these very interesting zone shapes. Like this is a very interesting zone shape. Almost looks like a fucking fighter pilot. And that would actually be like this. And so this is actually one zone, this zone and this zone. So there's this like pass right here. And bro, it's like, as a player, you would have to like find that, and then you'd have to run across here and down here to get into here. Which it could be like a little secret zone back in here. Making maps out of friends' faces should definitely be a feature. Oh, that's gonna be a feature regardless of MMO status. But yeah, so I might do a pass like this, to where I can connect some of the zones, and this will be like a zone map, and then I'll have some rules for biomes and apply that after this, so that I don't just, I don't want yellow to always be, I don't want green to always be an Elwyn Forest looking zone, a level 1 to 10 every single time. I want it to be like, obviously the area you start in will be, the lower level zone, and the things farther away will be higher level. But I want there to be, cozy foresty zones in late game as well. Sorry, I'm way more artist than programmer and new here, but are you using any form of terrain-esque programs to solve your terrain generation when compiled, or is this all from clever use of noises so you have more control? It is the latter. So this is all generated in-game, and to prove that, Max Malcolm Mosley, give me a seed. Give me an integer, maybe 6 or 7 digit integer. It could, any 1 to 7 digit integer. Give me that, and I'll show you. Give me your seed, Max. Give me your seed. I need it, and I will show you. And I actually want to change. Let's change some of the noise settings. So I'll show you. So that was on 0.5 persistence, and that created a very low wetlands almost thing. And we had it at 0.25 before. So I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, what do we got here? A bunch of 3s and 6s. Okay, this looks good. I like the repetitive nature of it. Let's see what this one looks like. So I'll click play here. Same rules and everything except for the persistence. The persistence... Oh, this is a bad seed. Bad seed, sorry, mate. You picked one in the middle of the ocean. But yeah, here's the noise for that. This is what that zone looks like. And, let's go to the nearest island over here. What can I say? Okay, but my teleport function still doesn't want to fucking work. And Unreal Engine is using a casual 37 gigs of memory right now. So I don't want to... Can I run anywhere very quickly? No, it'll take forever. Although there seems to be an island right there, so maybe I'll just get up on there. Look at that massive yellow one. This guy? Oh, it is one. I see. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That is interesting. Now, if I wasn't... I may restart the engine. I'll restart the engine and turn down the chunks, the number of chunks being spawned a little bit, so that I can teleport better. Because if I teleport too many times, it takes up too much memory, and it crashes the... Oh god, there's a wolf. Alright. I'm gonna see if I can hit him. Oh, that tried to hit a different wolf. There we go. Oh, you've got no navigation, do ya? Not so tough now. Oh, he should have navigation. He's on it. Oh, I wonder if it's too steep. I wonder if it's too steep to navigate. Yeah, yeah, not so tough now that we can't fucking move because of my shitty coding. Yeah. I don't... Wannabe, I don't know. I've tried to fix it, and I fixed it a little bit. It's not as bad as it used to be. They used to never even disappear. They used to just stay wherever, right? But, yeah, I'm not 100% sure now. Something somewhere is holding on to memory. Oh, then, like, I just clicked on that, and that took a while to load. Okay, so I have 871 chunks. I'll scroll down a little bit. In this map, in my terrain chunk map. 871 chunks are loaded. And they each have 240 points by 240 points, which is 58,000 vertices per chunk. So it's a lot of memory. It looks really cool. So we actually do have some nice features out in the ocean here. And then I guess those are the islands over there. But yeah, I need to do another pass at fixing the memory allocations. I think also the PCG stuff is not helping me here because it internally caches all the points that it generates to procedurally spawn like the trees and the static meshes and stuff like that, and the foliage, and it doesn't like to let go of those. And so I think most of it is probably PCG stuff. So maybe if I turn that off, I would have better luck teleporting and stuff. But the chunks definitely have something to do with it as well. Yeah, we're going to keep that. Let's save everything. Close out. Let's change that back down to like 100k. And we'll rebuild the engine here. But yeah, I want to do that first pass, kind of like what you guys already saw on the world map, with just a few colors to connect all the Voronoi cells to create these interesting shaped zones. And then another pass where maybe I assign a completely different color to each one. And in the PCG biome stuff that I have going, I can probably have some rules for like how much green or how much red or how much blue will determine what kind of things spawn in that zone. And I think I could create some pretty unique biomes that way. Because what I don't like about a game like Valheim, let's see if we can get over here by this. Let's go right over here. Dude, it's not, I thought I just fixed that. So what is going on with that? This is getting real annoying here. Teleport player. So I shouldn't be, yeah, I'm not doing the finish teleporting anymore. Let me turn that off, because I think it's respawning the player. Player needs to spawn. Am I setting this to false once I've spawned them? I am. So why would it be resetting my player? And teleport. It only got called once. Yeah. Still didn't like it. Yeah, I'll just set actor transform. There. Get rid of that other stuff. See if that makes it more reliable. Teleport, please. Still no. Let's start over. Uh-oh. Did live coding not play nice? It apparently teleported my player to some sort of in-badge. Let's try again. So it goes over there for a second, and then it teleports me back. What the hell is happening here? Check the logs. Yeah, there's all the chunks being loaded. Look here. I do want to go look at that yellow zone. Okay, clear those out. Spawn player, okay, we just have one entry there, cool. And so, stand up. I wonder if it was is it the ragdoll? It's the ragdoll, that's what it fucking is. So I'm using the ALS component, or not component, plugin. And that's where the ragdoll comes from. And it kind of sucks. A lot of times I like fall through the world and stuff like that. Okay, let's pop out. Let's take a look here. Well, that's a narrow pass, man. That is a narrow pass. But yeah, technically, you could get to a secret zone. Let me look. And there's another one over here. It's this little section right there. That's a cool feature. It's a cool feature. So there's this little zone here. It actually isn't that little, right? It's not that little. But this is on the 0.25 persistence rather than the 0.5. So it created little sub-mountains in the zone. Let's go get I want to generate, we'll do an AI quest here. So I am Kit Whisper, I'm a 33-year-old female human paladin. I am independent and timid. Kit grew up on the streets, orphaned at a young age, and forced to fend for herself. This fostered a sense of independence, but also made her wary of others, leading to a timid demeanor. In my adulthood, I matured and found solace in the teachings of the paladins, drawn to their unwavering commitment to justice. However, my independent nature and lingering timidity sometimes makes it difficult for me to fully embrace their doctrines. So that's my randomly generated character. I'm going to talk to Lynn Alder here. Generate a quest. We'll wait for that to return. But Lynn Alder is a 22-year-old female elf mage. Dependent and quiet are her personality traits. Lynn was a quiet and introverted child, finding comfort and companionship in books and studies. Her natural talent for magic quickly became apparent as she immersed herself in her studies, becoming a formidable mage. So those are all generated. I generated them with a prompt, and then I put a bunch of them into a database. And so anytime I spawn or one of these characters spawns, it just grabs a random one from the database. Talk? Okay. The Whispering Woods. They've always been a place of mystery even for my kin. But lately, the whispers, they've changed. There's a darkness creeping in, a chill that lingers even in the sunlight. I can feel it, tugging at the edges of my magic. What kind of darkness are you sensing? It's hard to describe. A coldness that chills the soul. My magic feels strained, as if something was trying to smother it. Tell me more. What did I say? Tell me more about the Whispering Woods. The woods have always been a place of whispers, where the veil between worlds is thin. But this is different. The air itself feels heavy with dread. And so, let me look at the... I'll plop this into, what is it? It's like prompt response or something like that. Okay, here we go. So let me plop this into a JSON editor. I should have one open somewhere. Not that. Done with you. Done with you. Here we go. Plop that in there. And so this will be from the Gemini API. So here's the JSON it gave me back. And I'm using Gemini, not just because I work at Google, but because it has a 2 million context window. Right? Like, that's fucking huge, right? I can put an entire game in there. And I plan to. I'm already giving it my item database and my mob database, and I also feed it every single mob that is spawned into the world and its location. And so a lot of the times, before I changed up the prompt a little bit, I'm doing like a multi-prompt instead of just a one-shot prompt now. It was just generating a bunch of wolf quests, like go kill a bunch of wolves, because there were just so many fucking spawned in the world. So yeah, I plan to give a lot of information about the player, what they've done in the game, what quests have they completed, and the colonists as well. Each colonist will have a story that I feed into the AI as well. So that's why I'm using Gemini. It's also very cheap. It's very inexpensive. But yeah, here's the JSON it spit out. That's the text I already read. The title is Whispers from the Whispering Woods, Part 1. And so it intends for this to be a chain quest. And I'm sure that I will get the next one if I were to send the follow-up prompt. But I have here the objectives array. I have one entry in here. The action is to explore the Whispering Woods, and it gives me locations. They don't mean anything yet. I have this quest mob data that isn't filled out yet. Then I have things to spawn. It filled this out with a dark ritualist. So obviously, it didn't say anything about a ritualist in the quest. But you can see here, this location is the same location that I need to explore. So it wanted to spawn something here. And eventually I'll update this to have, you know, maybe an array of items that this thing should drop, which will maybe be a quest item that will, you know, continue the quest. I get a small pouch of healing potions as a reward. And then here's all the dialogue options that I already clicked through. But let me look at the logs again. So I send it a pre-prompt here. Upon completion, you found something. Tell me, what did you see in the woods? And so this is quest part 2. I didn't get the JSON for it yet. But is the quest structure generation done by you? Yeah, so I have structs in game that I serialize into like an example JSON structure, and then I feed it to the AI, and I'm like, hey, fill this out. So I do one prompt to just generate the quest, and this is the first response that is not bounded by JSON or anything. It's just a bunch of text, and then I send it another prompt and I say, hey, put all that into my JSON structure, and it does a pretty damn good job of that actually. But I found that doing it in 2 steps generates a lot more unique quests than doing it in 1. Like when I just did it in one step, it would generate a bunch of like, go get me 10 mushrooms for a healing potion. Go kill 10 wolves. Go get me 10 wolf hide. You know, which are things that I definitely will put in the game, and definitely will still use that quest generation. But this gave me a lot more unique quests, like this one about whispers in the Whispering Woods and a dark ritualist and stuff like that. A Grand Wolf conspiracy. Yeah, this is all Big Wolf. This is all Big Wolf's doing. Based on Kit Whisper's findings in part 1. Oh, and it's funny, it generated this because my name is Kit Whisper. I didn't even realize that. So that's why it's doing this fucking Whispering Woods shit. It took my name and generated that quest based off of it. If Kit finds evidence of dark magic, Lynn Alder fears a necromancer is corrupting the woods. She asks Kit to find and stop the necromancer before the corruption spreads. If Kit encounters strange creatures, Lynn Alder suspects a rift to another plane might be the cause. She asks Kit to gather information and objects of power to help her close the rift. And so another thing that's cool here is that I've given it right now I only have 3 different characters, a friendly character, an enemy character, and a wolf. And so I give it the class path right here as a part of my database. And so when it comes up with things to spawn, it gives it a name, which is Dark Ritualist. It's going to spawn 3 of them here, but it's going to use that class from my database. And I've tested this, and I actually do spawn some of the things in there. But I don't really have a meaningful place to spawn them at. So yeah, this is the AI quest system. They're not really completable yet. That'll be next steps. I will investigate the woods for you. Thank you, Paladin. Be careful. Let's go find a different... I might restart to get a new name, because I don't want them to all be like whisper-related things. And that might be something I have to massage a little bit. Personally attuned quest. Yeah, I wanted them to be more so like that, because, yeah, I'm a paladin. Oh, shit, I fell over. Oh, no. Oh, nuts. Okay, there we go. Stuck the landing. Would hate to have a name related to negative connotations and talk to Lynn here, yeah. I mean, I do have some very negative traits generated. What do we think? Larkin Reaver or Zia Weaver? So we got the Weaver sisters here. And again, I give the AI an entire list of every character that spawned, and so I have had quests generate that have had me go talk to someone else, and it kind of sometimes they say something like, "Oh, be careful." They can be kind of aggressive because they have the aggressive personality trait. But Larkin Weaver is a 51-year-old male human shaman who is resilient and peaceful. Larkin's quiet strength was evident from a young age, enduring hardship without complaint. They found solace in nature, their calm demeanor a stark contrast to their resilience. As a shaman, Larkin is a calming presence, their peaceful nature a beacon in troubled times. They are a firm believer in diplomacy and understanding, and always seek a peaceful resolution. So I can still see some of the JSON coming through. Because I'm doing like the streaming thing to keep the connection alive. It's still coming through. But we gotta wait for it all to finish before I can talk to them. And, you know, for real, I'll generate these things ahead of time so you don't have to wait. Are you done yet? Good lord, this is a long quest. You're still not done? Oh my god, dude, this must be generating a massive quest chain. What about generating the mesh for the chunks to stop the freezing lower FPS when moving to a chunk to another? So that's actually, I'm doing a lot for that already. And there's certain things that I can do async and in separate threads and not be bound by the end of a frame, and there's certain things that I have to. I'm doing a lot in separate threads already. Yeah, it needs another pass. I've already done multiple passes at that, and it used to be a lot worse. I'll say that. It's part of the game for you to implement not just RPG element, but pull from colony sims and affect the NPCs of the world. I may have missed that talk earlier. Yeah, that's exactly right. You're exactly right. So these will each be colonists that you can recruit. I have the join colony option. Jesus Christ, this. I may just have to look at the JSON for this quest. Now let me just pull the JSON up. Oh my god, it's so long. This is a long quest. I think I got multiple here. Yep, I got multiple quests. This will be fun to go through. Right there. Okay. So yeah, 1, 2. I got 3 quests generated, so I got a quest chain generated. But I can't read that because my UI sucks, so I'm going to read it here. Kit Whisper, you seem like a soul drawn to helping others, a quality we share. There's a darkness settling upon the Whispering, again with the Whispering Woods. A place I hold dear. The ancient Weeping Willow, a source of peace and guidance for generations, is silent. Its leaves, once vibrant emerald, are withering and falling, its cries lost to an unnatural hush. I sense a corrupting presence, a wound upon the land itself. Tell me more about the Whispering Woods. It's a place of peace where the trees whisper secrets to the wind, or at least it was, before the silence fell. Why is the Weeping Willow so important? The Weeping Willow is a source of ancient magic and wisdom. Its silence is a deeply troubling sign. And so the objectives there on the left are to explore the Whispering Woods and interact with the Weeping Willow. And so I have another prompt in my test prompts somewhere. Probably this one, where I say like, Mydrong is talking to, in this one it was a caravan survivor, but whenever there's either a talk to action or an interact with action, I'm going to prompt for that as well. Like what happens when the player interacts with the Weeping Willow? What happens when the player talks to so-and-so? And like for this one, there was like, I had to go investigate some a missing caravan or something. And when I went and talked to the caravan survivors, gods above, it was awful. We were traveling through the woods when bandits ambushed us. They were savage, and there were so many of them, but it wasn't just bandits. There was something else, something dark in their eyes, something that made them almost inhuman. They were chanting, and then the woods started to change. And then I have some more dialogue options that the player can go through. Maybe there's just no other named location except Whispering Woods and Weeping Willow. Yeah, I mean, Whispering Woods is one that keeps coming up in a lot of the prompts that I do and the testing that I do. But it's not... I don't know why. There must be... It pulls a lot from D&D stuff I've seen, and so I'm thinking Whispering Woods might be in some sort of D&D campaign on the internet. But yeah, it could be better at naming locations. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I wanted to do what I want to interact or import into this kind of structure is also dialogue checks, like in Baldur's Gate, right? Difficulty checks, where you have to roll and use your persuasion, your intimidation, your non-combat skills essentially. So I want to work that in here as well. So that's going to be really fun once I get that going and working and flowing smoothly. Right now it's just kind of a disparate system. But yeah, I will look into the darkness in the Whispering Woods. Okay, so I can't complete that quest. So let's go to the JSON and see what happens. So it's going to spawn a corrupted wolf. It's 3 of them. Or no, that's a different quest. Interact with the Weeping Willow. The Weeping Willow's leaves are withered and pale, falling silently to the ground. An unnatural silence hangs in the air around it. So it spawned the Weeping Willow. Oh my god, wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. Whew. I was like, I didn't give it any of my static mesh information. How the fuck did it figure that out? It just hallucinated a mesh for me. Yeah, you'll definitely come up with a background. I don't know, like, am I gonna just let you type in whatever text you want to, or will you get to select, from some sort of list or something, or generate them randomly? But definitely player choice. I mean, I want the player to have maximum flexibility for creating their character. Yeah, maybe I'll make you pay extra to put your own prompt in there for your player personality, so you can do like the fucking let us write, please. Yeah, I'm Sir Dick Nose with balls for my chin. Yeah, I know what you want to do. Want to be? Yeah, that's you gotta pay for the $90 platinum deluxe giga version, and you'll get some sort of shitty in-game cosmetic. That it's basically just assless chaps. $90, please. Thank you very much. Okay, but after I interact with the Weeping Willow, so it doesn't have any completed quest dialogue, that's annoying. But for the next quest is Cleansing the Spring. And the quest giver, Larkin Weaver here, says, "You found the source, Kid Whisper. A darkness festers in a spring near the Weeping Willow's roots. The spring was once sacred to the forest spirits, now twisted by foul magic. We must act quickly to cleanse the spring." I need to gather herbs needed to cleanse the corrupted spring. What do I say here? So they didn't say anything about herbs. The quest journal entry says stuff about herbs. I discovered a corrupted spring near the Weeping Willow. Larkin Weaver believes it's the source of the corruption and has asked me to cleanse it using specified herbs. And so, he wants me to get 5 silver leaf. Took that straight from WoW. Copyright incoming. 3 sun petal. And 1 whispering root. And it's going to spawn some corrupted wolves. Where can I find these herbs? The herbs you seek are scattered throughout the woods. Look for areas where the corruption is strongest. The plants there will have absorbed some of the darkness, making them potent for our needs. But be warned, the creatures there will be twisted by the corruption. So it'll be really cool to get something like this actually grounded into the game, and like let the AI, like this corruption, right? Like I could have a shader, a material that is a corruption material, and I could let it, hey, give me the radius of this corruption, right? And I could apply that shader in that radius to that stuff. And so it would be cool to get that kind of stuff working in the game. Actually, because that doesn't do anything yet. Then the final quest, the Heart of Darkness. With the spring cleansed, the Weeping Willow is recovering, but Larkin Weaver senses the source of the corruption remains. I need to venture deeper into the cave and destroy it. Defeat the source of the corruption in the heart of the cave. So defeat the Heart of Corruption. It's going to spawn just an enemy called the Heart of Corruption. Yeah, give me 100 gold, 100 silver. Nice. But yeah, there's another quest right there. More Whispering Wood stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna restart. Let's restart here. And let's change Laconarity. We're at 2.25. Let's go 3.5. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what 3.5 Laconarity looks like, and we'll generate some more quests as well. Okay, same biome area. Let's go to a new area. Where do I want to go? What is interesting here? Remembering that I need to not be ragdoll. Like, look at this cyan one here is very long. Very long. Let's go like right here. See a few different biomes. Shit. Okay. Okay, so this is what the Laconarity turned up. So it's way bumpier. Is what that did. Way bumpier. And so I'm in this red zone right here. So that'll be this area here. It's a good size zone. Smaller, but that's okay. We can have some smaller. I mean, I don't know. This is maybe a little too small. Like that would be tiny, right? That would be the kind of zone, like this right here would be the kind of zone that I would want to get rid of and just merge into the greater zone. Does ragdoll only affect animation or the in-game physics as well? I'm pretty sure it's fully, like, I didn't do that ragdoll. That's a part of the ALS stuff, but I'm pretty sure you flail around and stuff. So I'm pretty sure it's physics oriented. But I am Anya Grimstone now. I am a 29-year-old female human priest who is greedy and deceitful. See, that's an interesting combo right there. Anya's my upbringing instilled in me a deep sense of ambition and a desire for power. A shadow priest. I used my position within the church to further my own agendas, manipulating those around me with my charm and cunning. You know, maybe there can be some sort of, you know, a la Fable or just a traditional alignment of good and evil in the game as well. Oh, and here's Kit Whisper. This colonist got the personality that I was last time. I want to find a different colonist, though. I want to do non-Whispering Woods. Here's Soar and Shadow. I mean, that's good. Anya Grimstone and Soar and Shadow. I mean, that's a good fucking combo right there. 27-year-old male half-elf rogue who is quiet and ruthless. Soren grew up on the streets, learning to survive by his wits and agility. Soren is a master of stealth and deception. His ruthless nature and sharp tongue are both feared and respected. So let's see what kind of quest he generates as a rogue who is quiet and ruthless and grew up on the streets. Is that it? That's a short quest. A noblewoman, Lady Alara, has fallen victim to a curse. She wastes away, consumed by a darkness even the temple's healers cannot diagnose. I need you to find out what's happening. Do you know anything about the curse? I suspect a rival noble family, but I need proof. That's where you come in. Will I be rewarded for this? Let's just say gratitude can be far more persuasive than gold, for the right sort. Complete this and you'll have my favor. Hey, some game dev, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. We've been finishing our biome zone borders, and now I'm kind of shifting to just like running around in the world and talking to people. Lady Alara is affected by a strange illness, and then generating some of these quests to check out. And Soren Shadow believes it to be a curse. He suspects the rival noble family, and asks me to investigate. So I want to see if the AI is actually going to spawn this Lady Alara for me. Shadowed Affliction. Explore right there. Delete that. Delete that. Like right now, if I understand correctly, every biomes are affected by the value change. Yeah. For now. Later on, every biome will have their own. Yeah, that's one of the next things I need to work on is it'll be like blending the two different biome, height maps, because it's all just a height map, right? It's all just a height map, and they're all the very samey. But yeah, different biomes I want to be able to have different values for the height maps, and potentially I can put some static meshes. Like if you've seen the Electric Dreams demo for what they do with PCG, they don't have any landscape there. They just use static meshes basically for the most part. I think there may be a little bit of landscape, but and they create ground out of static meshes, and they're using nanites, so that works for them. But where I'm going with that is like maybe I can use some static meshes to create some you know, landforms and stuff like that, or I can just use the knowledge I have of noise and the procedural math and stuff to create some landforms, some, you know, like plateaus and different kinds of mountains and cliffs and stuff like that. Height maps are only capable of being concave, not convex, so it would be nice to come up with a convex noise system as well, to be able to have overhangs. And like I mentioned before, I was going to use some Perlin worms for it's like a form of 3D Perlin noise that you can use. It might be what Minecraft uses for caves, I'm not sure, but you can use it to generate caves and stuff like that. So yeah, using all that noise settings and static meshes and different noise functions and algorithms for each biome, each different type of biome. A lot of work though, a lot of fucking work. Yeah, so I want to finish that quest here. So that was Shadowed Affliction. Marching cubes, yeah, I have heard of that. Yeah, that would be good for that's good for like 3D stuff. I think that might be, is that what Minecraft uses then? Maybe. But yeah, that's good for like 3D type stuff. So I need to talk to Soren. I need to talk to him again, and then I go explore Lady Alara's manor. Didn't spawn anything, so that's not a great quest, right? That would be very hard to do something with in the game. So a lot of work there to be done. I mean, voxel isn't a noise algorithm, right? Voxel is just a grid system, which marching cubes is as well. So you can use, I mean, using marching cubes would require your world to be somewhat voxelized in some capacity. But to your point, yeah, they might not. They might not. This is Rin Dawn. Generate me a quest, Rin. 19-year-old, another rogue, timid and cowardly. A cowardly rogue, huh? Longs for a life of adventure. Yeah, someone give me a new seed. Let's check out a new seed after this. And I'll change some parameters around algae. See what kind of zone we can come up with. Oh, thank you for speaking with me. Shuffles feet. I lost something in the Whispering Woods. Again, see, the Whispering Woods comes up all the time. It's just beyond the creek, but it's too frightening for me. Could you go please find it? It wants me to go find a silver locket. Nice little simple quest, I love that. And you just happen to be by water, so that works out. Alright, new seed, here we go. Alright, wannabe. Let's see if this is a good one. Now let's change this persistence. Let's change it down. And then let's change laconarity high. Change it to 5. Let's see what kind of world we get here. Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. It's very mountainy. This is a very mountainous. This could be like a mountain highlands type zone. It's nice though. I like it. And let me see the map. How's the map look? A lot of land on this map. A lot of interesting shaped Stone Talon Mountains. Yeah, That's the kind of vibe it was giving me as well. It's a good good name to put on it. We're just got kind of like tight corridors in between mountains. My love for stone, I used to hate Stone Talon Mountains, but I grew to like it. The next time playing through Classic, I ended up liking it. Let's teleport over here. I want to see what this looks like. So there should be a lake somewhere. It's probably just off screen. Is that not a lake? Oh no, it's not. Oh, those are just barely not black. And see, this is why I want those the white-black to actually change the height, the altitude, to actually make it quite a bit different. As Alliance, I learned to hate it even more so during SOD. Yeah, that's not a great place for Alliance, right? You guys just got like a few quests up there in the Night Elf, from the Night Elf area, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I guess you have the Goblin ones too. You hate it the most as a warrior. Why as a warrior? Do you have to go there for warrior quests? I wasn't a fan of SOD. I thought I was gonna like it. Well, I was a stark hater of the whole concept, but I was like, you know what? It'll probably be fun for a little bit, and I guess I was right in that. But I did not. I got to level 20 and I fucking stopped. Or was it 30? I think it was 30. Then again, you hate everything as a warrior. Yeah, except when you get to like level 50 and then everything fucking kicks ass. But yeah, the magic of vanilla WoW kind of dies, I think, whenever you gate it by 10 levels, you know. I disagree with the whole class design philosophies that they use for that as well, you know, using the retail abilities and stuff. Not my kind of game, right? I would rather them have gone... They took a very heavy-handed approach to solving the problems of Classic, or giving us a Classic Plus. I would have rather them gone from the other, like, what they did was like, let's throw everything at the fucking wall and we'll see what sticks for like the next iteration of WoW. It's probably the design philosophy they're taking. I think that's the wrong approach when it comes to classic WoW. Like, they've turned it into like a more arcadey style of a game, you know, when it's supposed to be more of a slow-paced, journey-based type of game. And especially when you do it in short little sprints, where each phase is 10 or 20 levels. Classic Plus is Cataclysm in disguise. Yeah, it kind of gives me that feeling, like, you don't have time to stop and smell the roses and have fun in all the negative space of the game whenever you're only 10 levels away from max level. You're like, why would I go do Wailing Caverns when I can just go hit max level real quick, right? It's like, why would I stop to do any sort of efficiency along the journey that is actually what creates memories and moments and stuff like that, you know? It's like, why would I do that when I could just get to the max level for this phase real quick, you know? So I don't think it matched up with... The pacing didn't match up for me, is I guess what I'm saying. Also stopped at 30 SM grind, yeah. And like, the whole thing they did with like having to figure out the runes in the world and stuff, it's like, the idea on its own isn't a bad idea, but especially when you pair that with, like, they increase the experience level each phase, right, for the previous phases levels. It's like, no one's going to be sticking around to do that shit with you anymore, because a lot of it required groups and stuff. It's like, why would anyone do the Black Fathom Deeps raid when, you know, you can just blitz past it with the XP boost? Like, why would you do that, you know? The whole heavy-handed approach they took to honestly, a lot of things in SOD upset me. I'll just say that. WoW Classic was a great game, and they made the weirdest decisions every expansion pack. Yeah. And we're like, literally, it's so funny you say that, because people, like, the players have seen what comes from the decisions that they've made the first time around, right? Like, we see the type of game retail is now, which I'm not going to call it a bad game. It's just different, right? For me, it's not what I want in an MMO. It's too arcadey for me. I want something slower paced to create that. You need the negative space in the game to create the social interactions and the friction. Everything can't be super hyper efficient, or else you don't stop and smell the roses. But yeah, we're literally making the same. It's like, oh yeah, dual spec. Oh, that sounds so great. We should all flying mounts would be so sick. But it's like we know what you get dual spec. What you get is role homogenization, right? It means less to be a healer. It means less to be a tank because anyone can. And you're also fighting over loot because anyone can be any spec at any time. You can just turn it on and off. You don't even have to go back to the trainer. It doesn't even cost gold. Less gold sinks in WoW as well. And people they want it all over again. And it's like, guys, do you see what fucking happens? And yet you're plaguing the classic devs fucking mindset. The community vocal majority is plaguing what the devs are hearing, right? And it's like, if you want that kind of game, go play retail. That's fine. I don't hate you. Go do that. Some of us want classic, and you're kind of like conflating what we want, Ugh. It's so arcadey now. Yep. Are there any slow-paced MMOs left anyway? I'd play some. I mean, RuneScape, for example. They're doing that all over again, and they're an example of democratic game design, which I personally don't know if I believe in, but it is one example that seems to be working. I don't play RuneScape, but my friends do, and they seem to enjoy the game design decisions that they're making. And I think there's still some EverQuest 2 servers going strong. I think they're smaller and closer knit communities. I want a hard MMO again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I want a hard MMO. I just want an MMO with friction, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be hard, but you need a game with I saw the most frustrating fucking conversation on Reddit today. I forget what subreddit it was in, but it was people bitching about corpse runs. And they're like, why would you waste my time with the corpse run? And I'm like why would you? They're saying like, why would you restrict the player from what they want to do? Just let the player do what they want to do and shit like that. I'm like, you realize a game is literally built from restrictions. Like that's what creates the game. Or in other words, friction. Like what I'm saying. Like you need some friction there. You need to prevent the player from doing things, so that when they're able to do things, it feels good, right? And these people don't fucking understand that, right? Like, why do you have corpse runs in games? I'm like, so you actually have a fucking penalty for death, so that when you do beat the thing, it feels good. And these people don't realize that the good feelings come from the contrast between the bad feelings. Like, it can be a good game design decision to make the player feel bad, right? As long as it's a design choice at the end of the day, but as long as it's not like a bad play pattern, something like having a consequence for death, losing items on death, or having to run back to your corpse on death. That's a bad feeling to the player, but it's a good game design decision because it creates consequence, and you need that in order for the good things to feel good. And that's so many of these games nowadays, they don't have that. They don't have that. They fucking lack integrity, soul, and passion because they're just trying to fucking make the players feel good all the time, and then they wonder why no one comes back to play their game. It's like, you can't just have... Alright, MS Paint time. You can't just have a game. We have a chart here. Here's a chart. This is this axis is fun. This is time. And this goes for a lot of systems in games. Like, what all games want is that. They want their line chart to look like that. Like, it's fun all the time, same amount of fun. You don't want that. Other games that are smarter, they're like, I want that kind of fun. And it's like, okay, the more you play it, the more fun it is. Okay, that's not the right move. What you want is something like this. You want good moments and bad moments, trending in an upwards direction. Like, this is what you fucking want, right? Like, yes, it feels bad here, but that means when you get up here, it feels fucking good. And it's not the same level of good. It's not just little bits of good along the way. There's contrast to it. Sorry, never played WoW. What happened to it? I mean, if you look at the first iteration of WoW and the last expansion, they're just drastically different games, and it's a pretty good example of what's happened to the game industry. Games that are like slower paced, more methodical in their approach, and it's transformed into a game that's very arcadey. The pacing is very fast. Everything is efficient. They've homogenized all the classes. It's all samey and stuff like that. That's kind of what's happened to it. It fractured into 10 different games, and yeah, that's another good point too. It became like a lobby simulator. Like, you don't have to go out into the world to get to a dungeon anymore. You just click a button, and you're put into a random group with 4 strangers, right? And none of you talk to each other. If you talk, you get kicked, and you get replaced immediately. And it's like, that's another good point on like something bad that makes the game good, right? It's a bad feeling to wait a half an hour to fill a group with what you need. That feels bad, right? But the good part is you stick with those fucking people because it took so much to get them, and when you stick with those people and it takes longer, you form that social connection, that friction that I keep talking about. When they first introduced the LFR, LFG system, people would go get lost trying to do the corpse runs to Uber. Yeah, I mean, that's another, like, people don't know how to fucking play the game anymore because they don't know where to go. Are we seriously discussing this? Yes, dude, I fucking love talking about shit like this. To be fair, WoW was fast-paced for its time. That's true. That's true, yeah. And a lot of people, because, like, it was kind of a successor to EverQuest, EQ, right? And EQ didn't have... I never played it myself, but it didn't have, like, for instance, quest markers and stuff like that, right? Like, it didn't tell you where to go at all. So it was much harder in that way. And it was much more hardcore in that way. But WoW made it slightly more accessible to people, and it was a massive success. And I think they hit the, for me, for the games that I like to play, I think they hit the sweet spot in terms of like accessibility and difficulty. I think it could be difficult, but they had quests that taught you where everything was, like Dead Mines, huge story and all that. Yeah, exactly. No one reads the quests these days. I mean, I'm not sure if many people read them before. I for one didn't. I was a notorious non-quest reader, but I love the voiced AI add-on. I love that add-on, dude. That has made me listen to so many quests, and I'm like, bro, some of these quests are awesome. Old WoW was good almost on accident in that sense. Blizzard devs were always very forward-looking. They wouldn't make classic WoW in modern times. You know, I have John Statz wrote his WoW diary. My girlfriend got me a signed book by him. He was the original. Look at this. He was the original dungeon environment designer. And she bought me this book, and I've read through about half of it so far. There's the signature. Look at that. There you go. Mr. Statz himself right there. But it's crazy reading through some of the stories he has. Like, WoW was very close to not getting made multiple times. Like, it was so fucking close to not happening. And it's crazy. You got it signed, though? The only copy my girlfriend could find was one on eBay that was signed. So, I didn't get it signed. I just bought it from someone who did. But yeah, your point... Primal Instinct on old WoW was so good almost on accident. Like, yeah, it was a crazy accident. Like, there was one point where I want to say it was Mark Kern. They needed like a project manager or something, and there was like one guy that they knew could do it. They couldn't find anyone. No one would apply for it or something. And like the one guy they had, he like had to fly out to like New York or something and like have dinner with this guy to convince him to do it. And if he didn't do it, they were going to cancel WoW. It was something like that. You were in the Family and Friends alpha for WoW. That game has changed so much from alpha to beta. Yeah, dude, that's fucking crazy. Who did you know that worked at Blizzard? How did you get into that? That's crazy. Old Blizzard devs have had a formula for good games. I mean, they were doing a lot of new stuff for WoW for the time. I mean, what they had were, I think, were just values, right? Just some peon. But yeah, I mean, let me see if I can find some of the... there's some really good screenshots in here from, like, the early alpha. Like, they originally built it in the Warcraft 3 engine, and they had no idea if they could even make an MMO out of it, a 3D MMO out of it. Warcraft 3 hadn't even come out at that point. Let's find... Where's, like, some good pictures of, like, what it used to... Oh, here's one. Here's a... picture right there. That's what that used to look like. Some early gnolls. A little character panel right there. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks so different there. That might be the Warcraft 3 engine. Oh yeah, here that was definitely the Warcraft 3 engine. You can kind of tell in that picture. There's a nasty glare on there. There you go. You can kind of tell it's the Warcraft 3 engine here. Little unit circles underneath them. Yeah, it's a great book. It's a great book. Definitely highly recommend picking up a copy. if you're interested in game development, like I am. I had a ton of fun going Invis and Pyroblasting Fools in South Shore. Yeah, so some game dev, tell us what the game, what kind of iteration was the game in when you played it? Or using shield wall with an iron spike. Mobs would beat themselves to death since shield blocking made you take no damage. Oh yeah, make camera full screen. Oh, you're right. How do I do that? Oh no, that's the border. Let me hide that webcam. Here we go. Transform. What do I do? Fit to screen. There we go. All right. We'll show the pictures again. Shield blocking was a stance. That's interesting. Yeah, so many things have changed. So many things have changed. Where is that picture? Oh, here's a good one. I didn't show that one. How do I get that there? Look at that. Look at that. That was WoW. Look at that building. That's crazy. Like, you don't see a building like that in WoW that much. The game was a lot more fun in alpha. Interesting. What made it more fun than, say, vanilla WoW? Like, when vanilla WoW first came out. Let me find another picture here. What the hell? I just had like a really good picture. Oh, here's a couple. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is straight from the Warcraft 3 engine. Before they made their new engine. You felt like a hero. The characters all felt more powerful. Interesting. So, one of the things I feel about that, and how I kind of feel like WoW went wrong, like, one of the reasons I think vanilla WoW felt so good is because it was humble, right? Like, you weren't a god slayer, right? You just went and you fucking got the necklace from Princess, right? You made Billy McClure a pie, and that's kind of what made the special parts feel so special, because a lot of them were just normal, right? And their philosophy at Blizzard was, you know, if it can be epic, make it epic, make it as epic as possible. But I think if you make everything epic, then nothing is. And that's what I mean when I say something like negative space. Like, I think you need the negative space in the game, or the bad moments, or the normal, like the not interesting quests, to make the ones that are interesting actually feel interesting, because when everything is interesting to me in a game, nothing feels interesting. And same, that can be applied to a lot of different systems and games. That can be applied to just gear, how the way gear looks, right? Like, you need the fucking shit-stained trousers to make the fucking awesome gear look bad. You know what I mean? So, you say you felt more like a hero. And so I'm wondering if you just felt more powerful, or if things were just more flavorful, right? Because I think the flavor is important there. We dominated PvP by running full groups of rogues. Yeah, I mean, as everyone naturally does, right? The game has never been balanced. Yeah, another thing people say they want, but they don't actually want, right? And I listen to Kevin Jordan a lot. Let me get my face is too big now. Get my face out of here. I don't like this. That's the wrong one. Put you back down there. What the heck? I can't figure out how to get my camera back into the right shape here. It's like a square now. What did I do? Transform. Can I reset? Reset transform. Okay, there. Now we're back in the rectangle. There we go. Oh, and I need it to like zoom or some shit. Hang on. We're gonna figure this out. Hang on. We're getting there. That's good enough for now. We'll figure it out later. I don't remember all the cool stuff from Alpha since it was forever ago, but some of the big changes they made throughout the beta killed the fun for a lot of us. Huh. Yeah, I would be very interested to hear what some of those changes were. If it wasn't for the fact I got the game for free and like 5 years of game time, I would have moved on before retail. So what was retail for you? Like when Vanilla WoW released, like was that retail to you, or like, do you mean something like TBC? Vanilla. So okay, that's you're like the only person to consider vanilla WoW to be retail in some capacity. That's crazy. Like everyone has like their own like when it became retail. Like, you know, there's people. You know, Wrath of the Lich King maybe after that. Maybe it was Cataclysm. You know. Some people it's TBC, but for you it's fucking vanilla. Wrath to me is the earliest form of retail. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I never ended up playing TBC Classic. I got to level 70 and I was just... To me, I think TBC is where they started to go wrong, right? That's where things started to go wrong. Flying mounts. Flying mounts. Hey, we got a follow. Thanks, Kanchi. Welcome to the conversation. We're talking about WoW now. This used to be a game dev stream. Now it's a game design stream. We're talking about game design now. Specifically in reference to WoW. I got gold capped many times. Got bored and left. Damn. I've never been gold capped in WoW. But yeah, TBC. What did they do in TBC? They got flying mounts. That's a big one, right? But personally, I feel like the aesthetic of TBC is what was majorly wrong. I think that's what they fucking did wrong. Like, outer space is one, like, space goats and stuff. I get that they were in the lore already and Outlands was in the lore, but to me, WoW is like a very medieval fantasy type of vibe. And going into space with all this, like, even if it wasn't space and it still had the same aesthetic, like the crystal, you know, it's all like crystally bright colors, you know, all the Sunwell stuff. Talking about game design is good. Yeah, I love talking about game design, so I'm glad someone else does as well. But yeah, I think the whole vibe of TBC was off for me. Some of the zones were very pretty, right, in a great zone. I wish it was rooted in something a little more down to earth and less. It was like ultra fantasy. Ultra space fantasy. And now, like in fucking, what is it, like Legion, there's a goddamn spaceship? Like, are you fucking serious? I mean, I guess the Exodar always was a spaceship, so... Yeah. I think that flying mounts are obviously... everyone thinks that those are bad now, right? Keep me grounded and push fantasy tropes of D&D. Yeah, that's the kind of shit I want, right? And I love Chris Medson's take on the different races, right? Like, he made the green orc, right? Like, there was no green orcs. Orcs were like fucking Tolkien orcs that were basically like giant goblins, right? Giant black goblins. And like Urukai and stuff like that. Dungeon designs in classics are amazing. Huge, massive dungeons. Yeah, another example of like negative space. Like, you need... In dungeons, in the world, in everything, you need sections that aren't for anything. And they're just there because they're a part of the world. And that's the only reason. And same in dungeons. Like, you need some inefficiencies, right? To your point, now you have all these streamlined A to B to C dungeons. Like, yeah, obviously players like that more, because it means loot go burr. And they're, you know, our little goblin brains light up with dopamine when we get that loot. But we all love Blackrock Depths the most. Right? That's everyone's favorite dungeon. And it's because, one, it feels like a massive city. Two, it's not linear. You can go multiple routes. And three, it's because there are sections in Blackrock Depths that you literally never have to go through, right? And they're just there to be a part of the dungeon and give it flavor. Like, you need those negative spaces to make the positive spaces actually meaningful. You could do a jail run, arena run, a full imp run. Yeah, for sure. And it just create like that kind of social. It's like a social component of it, right? Like, the devs probably never had that in mind, but it just kind of evolved to become that way. And of course, like Scarlet Monastery was like why. That was the case study for why dungeons are the way they are, right? Like these small, bite-sized dungeons, complete them in 30 minutes, you know, and then you can go get dinner, type of thing. Which there's definitely a place for it, but now that's every type of dungeon, right? Ubers, Elbers, yeah. I mean, I think that first of all, I hate the group scaling that they do. Like, you can have any number of people in a raid now. Like, I played, what did I play? I played BFA was the most recent expansion I played. And I was trying to put together a fucking raid group, and I was like, wait, how many goddamn people do I need? Right? And apparently there's like kind of a formula to it, right? Like, well, if you have 22 people, you need this many healers, and like if you have 21, oh, if you have a good DPS, that's okay. It actually made it more complicated to form a group to me, right? When it was just like get 40 people together, it was a lot easier. It felt like, or 20 or whatever. And MC was in BRD too. Yeah, I mean instances within instances. Hell yeah, dude. The epic quest to get the Uber's key. Yeah, attunement quests can get taken too far though. Like, I think that's probably what killed Wildstar, right? I never got to in-game in Wildstar, but there were some pretty fucking intense attunement quest chains and stuff. And like, from what I understand, people kind of got sick of them when TBC got re-released. From what I was reading on the subreddit, I never went through it myself, but there's a fine line to draw with that kind of stuff. I could only ask for extra from... What are you saying here, Max? I can only ask for extra from PCG to extend that dopamine hit. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that, like, handcrafted things do a better job of giving dopamine? I would agree with that, for sure. But I am one man. I can't create everything. Then they made it where you could attune it, where you did not have to run individual groups through BRD to get to MC. WoW did it well, made you need to find a group to do it, yeah. Yep. That was the design philosophies were just like, it was literally just excuses to get players to bump into each other. Like that fucking cave in Hillsbrad, in between South Shore and Tarn Mill, like... I've seen some fucking family blood feuds, and some pox upon families get put around that fucking Yeti cave, you know? Yeah, and like, now WoW is just like quest hub to quest hub, you know, go A to B to C. MMORPGs are RPGs at their core. When you get rid of the RPG aspect of them, then they tend to die off. Yeah, fully agree. Fully agree with that. Oh, sorry, ignore me. I like handcrafted, but I wish there was more PCG extension of dungeons. So modularity, insertions of dungeons, maybe like oh, I see. So something more like Diablo has done that. Like that's their kind of bread and butter. They piece together different chunks of dungeons. Yeah, I hope to do something similar. But I need assets. I need animations too. That's why I haven't done more with combat, because I can't animate for shit. I can write code like a motherfucker, but don't ask me to animate. You want to see my fucking... Okay, we'll have to restart here. I'm gonna pick a new seed too. Let me show you how shitty my animations are. I could definitely... Oh, Jesus. Bad seed. This is an interesting one, though. Okay, so here's my axe swing. Check this out. Took me 2 weeks to do that. Look how fucking bad. All shoulders. He's just all shoulders with that swing. You gotta swing with a twisty, jerky motion. Don't move your feet at all. I watched an interview with a Blizzard co-founder, and he said something like making a game for everyone. Yeah, I think like most like AAA game studios and stuff. Let's try something nutty. I'm gonna go Lacanarity 10. Like they're too safe, right? Like they're trying to make a game that everyone likes. Why do I do? I'm like just barely off the side of it. Can I get on there? Teleport. Coding systems is my go-to. I think it's probably for me as well. I have thought this is a bad seed. Bad seed. Oh, another bad seed. Yeah, one of the things I need to fix is having the center of the world, like the 0-0 location, just being in the middle of the ocean. There we go. So this is like super bumpy. But here's what I can do. This is why I made the axe animation here. I can procedurally chop trees. There you go. That was a shitty chop. I one-shotted it. There you go. And so I'm actually these are static meshes. And I'm actually deforming the vertices at runtime, wherever the, oh Jesus, where am I now? So there you go. See, those are the regular looking trees. Let me turn the render off. But this tree got transformed into a dynamic mesh, and right where the axe hit, it subtracted the, let me turn on the collision here so you can see it. The lit. So this is this big, whenever that little section comes in contact with the tree, the big one gets subtracted from it. So that's why I have that axe swing animation there. Building worlds is my game now. Coding system is my go-to. No, it's actually the way to make a good game. What do you mean? I don't know what you were. That's an old comment. Can't she? What do you mean? Most safe games are too safe. Oh, I see. You're talking about Risk. Yeah. Most safe games are too safe and not made for everyone. Yeah. You play them for a fucking hour or two, and then you're done with them. And yeah, they don't hit anyone's boxes, right? It's one of those. It's like where compromise helps no one, right? You got to go to one extreme or the other. That's why games like Elden Ring. Like I do not like playing Elden Ring. I like watching it quite a bit, but I fucking hate that combat style. And it is not a game for me, but I fucking respect the hell out of them for making such an opinionated and passionate game. Hot take, can I say this about Elden Ring? Can I say this? I might lose shareholder, yeah. All hail to shareholders, yeah. Shareholders are my daddy. But yeah, now I have some wood in my inventory now that I chopped these trees down. Eventually I want the colonists to actually pick up these logs and have to take them to a lumber mill. But I need such lumber mills to actually exist before I can do that. And then let me get a little wood foundation here. Apply some wood there, and eventually I'll be able to build that into the equivalent, the non-dummy equivalent. Elden Ring hot take, let's go. Okay, a lot of the, okay, here's my, yeah, I know what response I'm gonna get. I'll tell you what the response is, right? This is every Elden Ring apologist's response. What is it? I guarantee you someone knows what this response is, and that's heard it. Get good. Yeah, that's the Elden Ring dick suckers, where Elden Ring can do no wrong. That's what they all say when you have any sort of criticism to Elden Ring. I've banned myself from buying new games until I get some more games released. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm kind of doing the same. I haven't played a game in quite some time. But my hot take is a good portion of the difficulty in Elden Ring comes from bad or poorly coded game mechanics. Yeah, that's my hot take. The number of times, like the lock-on system in Elden Ring is the same one that existed in fucking Ocarina of Time. Like, can we come up with a new targeting system? And you know, it wasn't as annoying in Ocarina of Time, because when you swung your weapon, it doesn't mean that a boss just fucked you in the ass immediately, right? So that's one point, is the targeting system, and the camera is your worst enemy. And of course, you're swinging these big, slow, fucking unresponsive weapons. Like, the controls are so unresponsive. There's another point. There's another point of where difficulty comes from that's not just because the bosses, right? It's very unresponsive, right? Like, you press a button, it's, maybe they fixed this, but when I played it a little bit, and they had like an input queuing that you couldn't invalidate, even before the animation started, right? So the boss has a 2-piece combo and a 3-piece combo, right? They look the exact fucking same, which is fine, but you think it's the 2-piece combo, and you're like, okay, I got a window to attack coming up here, so you're spamming your attack button. And before the attack animation goes off, like you're dodging, right? So you're in the middle of a dodge, you're spamming attack, but then you realize, oh, it's the 3-piece combo, not the 2. I need to keep dodging, so you switch to pressing dodge. What does your character do? A, dodge, like what you're most recently pressing. B, attack. The correct answer is fucking A.
because you're not even done with the first dodge, right? But the game design or the game mechanic have locked you into the attack already, even though you haven't started the fucking attack. Because it's queuing up the inputs and you can't invalidate them. And so what does your guy do? He fucking swings, even though you know the fucking third piece of the combo is coming. So that pissed me off so fucking much. I don't know, maybe other people don't realize it, but it just leads to the controls feeling really fucking bad and really unresponsive, right? And so the camera, the targeting, the input queuing, all bad. It can be better. And I think there are Elden Ring dick riders that are preventing, or I should say Souls-like dick riders who are preventing that genre from being difficult for good reasons and not difficult for bad reasons. So that's my Elden Ring hot take. And like the fucking, like you'll be in a dungeon and you'll have like 5 little motherfuckers all around you, and you lock onto the wrong goddamn one, and then the camera just goes right up your ass, you know, and you're, because you're against like a wall or something, and then of course all the other ones just fuck you up. And it's like, goddamn, if I could just have some like, you know, camera occlusion on the walls, so it wouldn't, so I could actually see things, you know, that wouldn't have happened. Not really a Souls-like person, but to me it seems like the skill is pattern reading jank anims versus their payloads. I mean, that is the skill, and that's where the difficulty should come from, right? Like, you shouldn't be fighting the camera. The camera should not be your worst enemy, and nor should the controls. It should come from the bosses, but it doesn't all come from the bosses. And people have just gotten used to it, and they don't see it anymore. What I mean with making a game for everyone is having layers of complexity for everyone. A game should be so simple a kid could play it, but also have enough complexity to keep nerds playing. That's a fine line to draw. And the complexity is hidden from people that don't care about it. Yeah, that's, you know, it's, yeah, ideally, that would be awesome, right? I designed a board game and prototyped it, and I have it in my closet right now, but I played it with some friends and stuff, and that taught me a lot about doing something like that. Where it's like you have to balance accessibility and complexity, or depth, right? Because in a board game, you can come up with really complex mechanics, but if people can't keep that in their head, it's going to be shitty. So you have to balance that really well, right? You have to balance the accessibility, or in other words, what can players keep in their heads, or keep track of with, you know, some sort of game token chit, or, you know, board or something like that, versus how interesting you want your systems in that board game to be. So yeah, therein lies the design, I suppose. Therein lies the design. Easier said than done for sure, but I totally agree with you. Pokemon is super simple. You can win the game with only one Pokemon spamming one move. Yeah, but then players, like, they're doing like the whole Nuzlocke stuff and the ROMs and whatnot. Like, there's a whole subreddit of people doing crazy shit in Pokemon with challenges and stuff. But you can go so deep that you calculate EVs and IVs, I'm not sure what you're referring to there, and make your moveset optimized. I'm building games I want to play. I will not make games to satisfy the majority of what is hot right now. Yeah, that's what I'm doing with this game, right? I understand there's people that don't like colony sims in their RPG, but I've always wanted to play an RPG colony sim that's also a roguelike. So that's what I'm fucking doing right now. If it isn't fun, nobody wants to deal with whatever mechanics. Yeah, I mean, look at Palworld. Palworld is doing absolutely nothing new, but it is, people fucking loved it. And, you know, a lot of people were, maybe not a lot, there were some people criticizing its originality, but no one gave a shit because it was a fun game. So it doesn't fucking matter how much you copy another game, or how much the new mechanics are. If it's fun, it's fun. So yeah, a lot of different, and this is why game design is so fun, right? So there's so many different answers to a problem. Power made a ton of money and no one cares. Yeah, dude. I mean, why has the Pokemon, who is it, Game Freak? Why is Game Freak not, like, Game Freak should have done what Palworld did 10 years ago, you know? And dude, Palworld is actually a janky mess, or at least it was. It's probably better now. But like the pathfinding was shitty, you know. I don't blame them though. That shit's hard. People still played it because it was fucking fun. So yeah, I wanna generate like a fucking super crazy looking. Maybe let's turn persistence to 1. What does 1 persistence look like? Oh my god. What have I done? Oh, we have a spike world. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, my computer does not like rendering these. That's nuts. Look at these fucking trees, bro. Pokemon is the highest earning IP out there. They do not need to make anything cutting edge. People will buy 2 copies of whatever game they release yearly. Yeah, I mean, there you go, just another company sitting on their fucking moat making safe decisions and not making fun games. You know, it's like they have that moat, they should be innovating with it, in my mind. This is so crazy. This is actually okay over here. This could be good for like a Blade's Edge Mountains type of zone, you know? If I could get some of these under wraps a little bit better. Why is it smoother? Oh, you know what? You know what I bet it is? Yeah, it's the lower LODs. Yeah, that's what it is. So those will turn into spikes when I get closer. Take it down to 0.25. I think that's what we had it at, right? God damn, this is some shit terrain here. Dude, same with FIFA though. FIFA is another game. Release the same goddamn game every year and people just yuck it up, don't they? I am bored tonight, going to work on dedicated server phasing. That is the most game dev thing I think I've ever fucking heard. I'm bored tonight. I'm going to work on one of the most difficult things about making an MMO. This is one of my problems with the most modern games. They aren't as fun or enticing as before. Yeah, they're all like quick hit dopamine type things. You know, they're the type of games that used to be arcade games in the past. You play them for a little bit to put them down. It's pretty easy with UE5. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't. Someone was telling me that you had to edit the Unreal Engine source code in order to do a dedicated server in Unreal or something like that. What is this? Get out of here. This is super bumpy. Source code is my life, yeah. I wish the source code was not the only documentation available for Unreal Engine. I wish. I think 2.5 is what I had it at before. Making a game for everyone is making your game better. If the base game is simple and fun, everything you want to add, you like, will hit way harder. Like Mindrunk said, you have to have some negative space. Yeah, it's definitely a different, there's 2 different perspectives to take, right? Like you can do things very opinionated, for a niche audience, but like, you know, RimWorld has some incredible complexity and depth. I mean, at its base form, it's not that complicated, right? But it's not a game for everyone. So you do have to make some decisions, right? And something like Elden Ring or Dark Souls would not get made if they tried to make a game for everyone. This is nice. I wanna build a house right next to this lake. This is a nice looking lake. People just want to be able to play dress up and pet a dog. Dude, Animal Crossing fucks, though. Like, I know you weren't talking about Animal Crossing, but that's what that reminds me of. I don't want to make it for everyone. It makes it watered down. Yeah, I mean, I get both sides of this. Like, you have to balance complexity with kind of like risky decisions, or accessibility with risky decisions. I love making things I want to play, and then when I talk to people about it, they all seem to want to play it too. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing here. Hopefully, some people want to play RPG Colony Sim roguelike that is endlessly procedural. I can't build my dream games. Well, hey, I'm fucking trying here. I just hope, like, what my dream is to just be able to make games all day and not have to go to work. That's what I want to fucking do. That's what I want to do. Animal Crossing +1, just want some more improved fishing mechanics, etc. Did you like fishing in Stardew Valley? Like, are you talking like that level? Also, how did you feel about New Horizons? There were some things I liked about New Horizons, but ultimately I dropped it. The characters, the best part of Animal Crossing, were very watered down, and you didn't do so many. Because like in the very first game, the GameCube game for Animal Crossing, you would actually go and talk to the villagers. And like you would do quests for them, big quests. Like you would deliver parcels to everyone, and you got to interact with them all, and that was fun. But like in New Horizons, in the latest one, you don't do that really at all. Like that barely happens, and so you don't really have as much reason to go talk to all these villagers. And it's probably because they knew they weren't as good, right? Like they didn't have the personalities that they had in the first game. Like they could have just copy and pasted those characters, and it would have been great. You haven't played Stardew? You love Animal Crossing, but you haven't played Stardew. I mean, come on, go play Stardew. What are you doing? Talking about solo devs, Concerned Ape is one of the greats. That's the dream life, not working, just coding, yeah. One can dream. That's why I'm doing it here, you know. I'm going to work on games in my free time anyway. Might as well stream and see if I can talk to some other people while I'm doing it. I'm making UE5 Fortnite maps to bring in side money. Does that get money? To bring in some financial independence. Interesting. That's an interesting hustle. I have not heard of the Fortnite map making side hustle. That's a new avenue. That's a new vertical. I'm team Animal Crossing GameCube. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man after my own heart. IDKY. They make me do shit for furniture. I missed that in New Horizon and had no idea if I missed something with that. Yeah, glad you said that. Murphy is a bitch, but we need him. UEFN is massive money. What? That's crazy. Fortnite and Roblox devs make bank. Hey, I applied to Roblox. They turned me down. So fuck them. I do have a friend that works at Riot, though. An ex-coworker. So that's always an option, I suppose. Epic is setting aside 40% of Fortnite's revenue for UEFN devs. And so are these like custom game maps, or are they just like literally just maps that you play the same game on? Yeah, so they're doing the whole Roblox thing for sure. Interesting. And so it's probably pretty similar to working in Unreal Engine, right? I would imagine. I remember they came out with like that Fortnite dev mode or whatever, the Fortnite dev engine or something. If you ever want a referral to Blizz to approach WoW 2, wait, is that a real offer? I mean, dude, I would have to pay like my salary would get cut in more than half if I worked at Blizzard. I would love to do that. I would absolutely love to do that, but my mortgage would not. So probably not going to happen. You can build custom game modes. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Bro, you know what I would do? I would just go back to, I would look at Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 custom games are the fucking shit. I would go look at that. That and like old Halo custom games as well. Go to those and just get inspiration from those. It's true. You work at Blizzard? Is that what you're saying? Or you know someone who works there? I mean, maybe in the future I would take that. I would have to be on the classic team though. Or if there is a WoW 2, I guess I would be on that as well. But I don't know. I can't imagine them making a WoW 2. I feel like they would have done that already. I kind of feel like that's what they need to do to fix WoW's reputation, though. They have to reset the slate. There's way too much fucking shit. You're an artist, so your referral's likely nothing. Hey, better than I think it's better than nothing. It's a lot better than nothing. That's cool though, dude. Blizzard has great fucking art. So you should be proud. You should be proud of that for sure. That's crazy. You get to code all the stuff in the verse. You cannot make blueprints or do C++. That sounds horrible. But if the money's good, hey. If the money's good, hey. Holla at your boy. What should I work on next? Because I'm like our coastal mountain. This is what I sought to finish today, and I finished that pretty early in the stream. Are links allowed? I think so. Let me know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I barely know what I'm doing when it comes to streaming. I got affiliate like a week ago. I have been streaming for less than a month. But yeah, I've pretty much finished what I sought out to do. Probably add some slope filters to the trees. That looks a little cattywampus there. But what I wanted to do, actually, I'm gonna turn off my display for a second. Make sure I'm like logged into this. Let's see. Okay, we're good. There we go. This map is from the creator. Red vs. Blue, are you fucking serious? See, this is what I mean. They literally took some shit from Halo. They literally took some shit from fucking Halo, I bet. Release the map in March. It's a team deathmatch. Capture the flag. Yeah, dude, this is Blood Gulch. This is Blood Gulch, isn't it? It's made between 52k and 197k. That's fucking nuts, man. Have you made a map that's like, you don't have to tell me numbers or anything, but like, have you made a map that's made like a fucking good chunk of money? All. Holy fucking shit, man. You haven't released your map yet? Okay. Let us know how it goes. Still working on artwork. Interesting, yeah. Could be a fun side hustle. Yeah, dude, I'd go fucking. There's like in a Warcraft 3 custom map. They've done like a whole like Battle for Middle Earth type map where you can play all the different. You can play as like Sauron or the elves and shit, and they made a map that looks like fucking Middle Earth. I would do some shit like that. Buddy of mine is making 15k a month, bro. How greenfields is this? Like, how many ideas have been done? How do I look at this? Most played maps. Oh, this is just like the so the epic ones are the built-in ones, right? Lego Fortnite. Oh, I remember this. This actually looked like a decent game. Dude, that's crazy. You can like literally put anything in there. He's making 100k plus a month when he first released it. Bro. Alright, chat. Alright, guys. We gotta get together. We got a fucking artist here. We got a couple programmers in here. Guys, come on. Let's throw together a fucking map. A Fortnite map. We all meme on it. Let's make some money from it. And this is that red versus blue thing. And so in one day, holy shit. In one day, they've made that much money. I mean, I guess that's just an estimate, right? The Pit. Free-for-all. Are there, like, pictures and stuff? Can I see more than just, How do I see more about it? Kind of a shitty UI, honestly. Do I have to look at it here? You have to be in Fortnite to look at it? Okay. That's kind of annoying. That's nuts. That is nuts. And then they got super red versus blue. One was crazy red versus blue. This one is super red versus blue. What? What is that? Are you fucking kidding me? 1.2 mil to 4.5 mil. What the fuck? This is why you make a map for everyone. Yeah, okay. When it comes to Fortnite, maximum accessibility for maximum profit. Bro, that's fucking nuts. Yeah, this is blowing my mind too, Max. I'm feeling the same as you. I kind of just came into my pants a little bit as well. Sorry, NSFW there. Yeah, disregard all the design. Yeah, all my values and principles as a human have just flown out the fucking window. Yeah, I have a price, and that price is my freedom, which is millions of dollars so that I can do what I want to fucking do. Yeah, get the tendies for sure. Yeah, but Roblox map makers, that's got to be way more saturated, right? Like, that's got to be so much harder. I bet the skew for these ones is a lot better. This seems like something that's probably pretty relatively new. Yeah, hard part is getting people to play your stuff, yeah. Yeah. How many pages are there? I assume this goes on for a while. I'm just gonna pick like a random one. How much are these people making? Dude, that's still pretty fucking nuts. That was released last year, so in a year... Holy shit. By Lab. How much has this made? Wait, what? There's not even that many fucking people playing this one. I guess, how's this work? Are people paying to unlock the mode? I guess, what some game dev was saying was that Epic pays you based on how many people play it. And they said they were setting apart like 40% of the revenue from Fortnite to pay map developers this money. We've heard from him. Yeah, I'm gonna make a Lord of the Rings campaign map. That's what I'm gonna do. Valhalla boss fight. 10k in a fucking week. Why is there such a range? Do you know? Tricky part is learning verse. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was looking at some of those. Like, you'd probably have to be pretty good at scripting the game rules and stuff like that. You are rather limited on what you can do. Because this site is this site is guessing. I see. How accurate can it be? Like, do we know for a fact it's somewhere in here? It's closer to the high-end number. Yo, who do you know? Who do you know, bro? Asking for a friend. Holy shit. Who do you know? Get me in a room with those people, man. I'll work for some tendies at first, you know what I'm saying? To learn. I'll work for free to learn. That's nuts, man. And it's like, it's mostly kids playing this, right? It's gotta be. Mostly kids playing Fortnite. But like this, you can, like, I've seen people play this. The Lego Fortnite actually looked like a good fucking game. And so it's like, you said you were restricted in what you can do, but like, it kind of seems like you can do quite a bit. There are YouTubers that go over all the UE5 coding stuff. Averaging 500 players will set you for a long time. That's crazy. And bro, whoever developed the Lego game, I mean, woo, that's enough to make an MMO right there, with a lean team. The Lego stuff takes a cut and gives it to Lego. Yeah, no, I know it is Lego. Like, and that's probably why it's actually a decent game. This has made me rethink things a little bit. That's nuts. Yeah, it's kind of hard because you don't know like what you'd have to. So some game dev, do you get in Fortnite and play some of these maps to kind of get a feel for like what's out there? I mean, Lego can take as much as they want if I'm getting fucking millions. Lego Fortnite, yeah, it is by Epic, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. I haven't played dude, I played Fortnite back in season 1 and 2. When everyone sucked at it. Oh, that's when it was so fun. Games are funner when everyone sucks. Does anyone agree? Like, WoW was better when everyone sucked. It's better before people optimize the fun out of it. Do you get access to like all the Lego assets? If you do like a Lego one? Like, what assets are we working with here that are built in? Yep, you do. Oh, dude. Dude, make a little Lego Star Wars map? Fuck, dude. People love, like, Lego Harry Potter. People love that shit. Back in my day, Lego was the strongest material known to man. What is it now? Has it updated? I thought it still was. I stepped on a Lego in my two-story house, and there's now just a giant hole in my loft. They brought in Star Wars, so someone's already done that. Fuck, stole my idea. That's why I like Black Desert that had all the stats hidden. Yeah, so Black Desert is one I actually played quite a bit. I think Black Desert actually did quite a few things well, but then they absolutely ruined it with pay to win and the gear upgrading. Like sticking with the same piece of gear cosmetically and the way you upgrade it. Ugh, so bad. Like, part of the reason I play RPGs is so that I can go find new cool gear that I can equip on my character and see what it looks like, right? As someone who loves hyper-competitive multiplayer games, I prefer when people get good. Yeah, fair enough. To each their own. To each their own. They changed the formula to make it... They changed the Lego formula. That sounds blasphemous. It's like changing the Coke formula to make it biodegradable at a more reasonable rate. Huh. I mean, that's good though, right? That's good. I love the Black Desert passive income system, where you had like nodes all over the world that produce different resources, and you sent like your little workers out there. I love that. That was sick. Speaking of sending little workers places, let me find a colonist. I can make them go chop trees. Maybe they've all been mauled by wolves. There's one. I will recruit this colonist and he will chop trees for me and be my slave. I mean, colonist. Oh, he's going to sleep right now. Join my colony. Chop trees. He's sleeping, but he should chop trees when he's done sleeping. We'll see how good my behavior tree nodes are. I need to get some frost bolts going in here. Also that you don't need to do quests, but if you want the passive income, you farm quests like a madman. Yeah, so that was one place where, like, when I first played through, I didn't understand quests. Like grinding is how you level up, right? Like, you don't really do quests. It's like Maple Story like that, if anyone ever played that one. But yeah, if you did the quest, it gave you the I forget what they're called, but like the points that you could spend on workers and unlocking nodes and stuff. And so I quested the whole way to like fucking 60 or whatever it was at the time. And so I had my trade my hustle was weapon stones and armor stones. That was my trade empire. My buddy was doing imperial trading boxes. That's what he did. That was his hustle. Have you ever played The Beginner's Guide? I have not. I played it recently on Pirate Software's recommendations and thought it was excellent. Yeah, I've not heard that. Yeah, I used to watch Pirate Software back when he had like a few hundred viewers, and he blew the absolute fuck up. I hope he makes more games. I hope he's definitely getting banked now. Beginner's Guide. What is this game about? This is wild looking. It's in stock, apparently. Oh, it's like on a PC? Oh, it's on like Windows fucking 7. What? Release date was 2015.
Goofy. Okay, you close that, you scroll down a bit, and you open up a new file. It's another game. Do you think this person is happy?
Oh, I think I actually have seen this game before. Yeah, it's an interesting concept. You were supposed to be chopping trees, sir. Oh, I clicked construct. Chop trees. Go. Go. Are you not on navigation? Oh, you're like right on the edge. You probably can't move. Okay, let me find something different then. Or rather, we'll restart. It's the same guy that did Stanley Parable. Yeah, that's on brand. That kind of game. That is on brand. Okay, Imogen Meadow, join me. Chop trees. Did I break it? Uh-oh. Infinite loop detected. Yeah, sounds like I broke it. Find tree to chop. Huh. So, something was messed up with the navigation, it seemed. There. Why is there no swimming or fishing? Oh, I'm one man! I've only literally known Unreal Engine for a year and a half now. And the term "no" in that sentence is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Pirating software. Pirate software. Pirate software. I too am one man. Well, are you one man who can implement fishing and swimming for me? For free. So these wolves can walk. I definitely want to have fishing. Yeah, okay, so I broke that somehow. I wonder if the navigation isn't just working correctly there. Something I will look into at a different time. But yeah, I want to do fishing like kind of like an Animal Crossing, but not quite like Animal Crossing. I want collecting things to be, a thing. I want the player to build a museum, but for weapons and armor. For all the completionists out there. You bought the swimming? Nice. How much did the swimming set you back? I might do the same. We'll see. I just need animations, really, dude. That's what I need. You know what? Check out my pickaxe animation. Check this shit out. This is the highest fidelity animation you guys are all gonna see. Okay, you ready for this? There we go. There's my pickaxe animation. I actually broke it a little bit because it used to deform the terrain. God, I broke so much stuff when I changed my my animation blending. Yeah, that's what it looks like when I run. Why did I break so much stuff? Tree chopping still works though, right? Yeah. It was on a Humble Bundle. Oh, nice. Those Humble Bundles are pretty sick for game dev. Ship it. Yeah, this is a completed game, for sure. This is a completed game. Okay, maybe I'll figure out what's going on here. So, yeah, we go through the interaction points that it generates. Maybe I should look at this. What is that? Oh, I got 1,000 bits! Holy shit. Oh, Phoenix, thank you, mate. Hell yeah, thank you so much. That's my first biddies. There's so many noises happening, and I don't know what they mean. But thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. It's a good night tonight, huh? Let's just say that it's an alpha. Oh, I'll be in early access for eons. I'm gonna pull a Star Citizen for sure. Tree. Okay. Yeah, I want to see what was happening with my behavior tree here. So we're just hitting find closest tree, finding tree and generating points. Find closest tree, finding tree and generating points. I messed something up somewhere at some time. Find tree and generate interaction points. Find closest tree. Is this returning false, I wonder? What is this returning? You should play that game on stream so we can experience it together. Maybe. I'm too into game dev right now. I'm such a slave to my game dev passion to play new games right now. My girlfriend's so pissed off at me that I haven't finished Baldur's Gate. She keeps wanting me to play that, so I think that's probably the next game that I have to play. I just completed Act 2. Community bonding on that. I would like to play some games on stream maybe, but there's just so much I want to do with game dev, and it's literally all I think about, you know, all day. I go to work, I go to work, I work in this fucking same chair. But that's what I think about when I'm working and shit. Okay, so that's true. Okay, let's check this out. Let's get here. Do we have some interaction points? I never know how much to trust the blueprint debug stuff. Why didn't we generate interaction points? What am I calling that on? The choppable treeism. I don't think how a game looks is important. It can help. Yeah, I mean, it's like saying physical attraction isn't what makes a relationship. Like, well, yes, but actually no, right? Like, it's how you get your foot in the door. Like, you have to be physically attracted to someone. You have to think a game looks playable, right? There is definitely some bit of book cover judging you have to get past. My lady started Baldur's Gate last night because I was digging through Humble instead of playing Small Lands with her. Yeah. I can relate. Thinking of game dev or just programming in general every second of work. Yeah, it's really like I go to bed thinking about like new systems and shit, and I have like a doc full of just like random ass fucking ideas. Where is that? I got a 21-page doc full of just like random ass shit. Have a raid or boss that creates a jump puzzle during the fight. Boss shatters the ground and players have to jump from chunk to chunk to get to the boss or a safe zone and die if they fall. I thought that would be hilarious in like a roguelike, like picture a roguelike MMO where you're in a 40-man raid with your guild and you have to watch like your one fucking guildie who sucks at jumping and you're like, come on, you're our healer, we need you, and he just fails the fucking jump, starts over at level 1. How fucking funny would that be? That's what this is the kind of shit I fucking thought of whenever I whenever I go to sleep at night. I think about this shit. Oh, has anyone played the game Keep Talking and No One Explodes? Has anyone played that game? Let me pull up a picture of that game. Here we go. Open image in new tab. So this is what that game looks like. And you've got this is a bomb, and you've got all these different and you spin it around. It's got 3 different sides, right? Or it's 3D, I should say. And someone that you're in voice comms with has the manual to how to defuse this. And there's all these different conditions. You're like, okay, what number is showing in the screen? 4? Okay. And what are these numbers? Okay, add the 3rd and the 4th number and then click that or something like that. And so you have to like work with your teammate to defuse this bomb, and there's a timer, so it's really stressful. That doesn't look like a bomb. It is, trust me. I've exploded it. We played this when I was in college. I worked at the college, the local IT help desk. And a bunch of similar-minded gamers and I played this, and it was really fucking fun. But yeah, the thing here is that you have to work with people when you don't know what they're looking at, and that you have to describe it to people. So it's like the game here, the difficulty here is communication. And that's not what when you think of a WoW boss, you don't think like, you think, oh, it's a DPS check, it's a healer check, it's do you have the right number of tanks check, can you stand outside of the poop check? With a raid encounter, like what I'm saying here, encounter where players are teleported to different rooms, and I'm picturing like, a number of, like maybe there's 4 different rooms. You split a raid up into, 40-man raid, up into 4 different groups, put them in different rooms where they can't see each other. And they each have a piece of a puzzle that interacts with the others, and they have to communicate to figure out the whole puzzle. And I keep talking and no one explodes. That's what inspired me to have this kind of idea. And along those same lines, similar lines, is maybe an encounter where a single player becomes kind of like the composer of the encounter. Or here I have like, they have to use like a scrying orb, and it gives them like maybe like some sort of bird's eye perspective. And they don't get to participate in the fight, but they act as like the maestro. They're calling things out that only they can see from their perspective. And that's too hard? No, dude, I think people will love this. Obviously not every boss is going to be like this, but I think it's just a different avenue of difficulty, right? You got to communicate. It's your communication skills. It's not your DPS, right? It's not your tanks. It's not your healers. It's your communication. It's how well can you communicate to your guild. To me, that's really fucking interesting for a raid fight. Imagine being paired with the soul guy with that crappy mic, but that's the fucking memory. That's the experience. That's the friction that creates fun shit, man. Like, whenever I played Classic WoW, I don't remember the speedruns we did that went perfect. I remember the fucking run where Gibby's bitch ass thought he could touch the back wall of Major Domo's encounter room before he spawned. And guess what? He spawned, and he pulled the boss, and we all fucking died because of it. That's the memory I have. That's fucking hilarious. I remember when my dear friend accidentally one-pulled the boss. And so we paid for his name change to Wanpull. He was a priest, named Wanpull after that. That's the kind of shit. You want that shit to go wrong. You want the people. You want, oh god, it's Kevin. He doesn't have a fucking mic. He's going to have to fucking talk to us. Make it optional. But the optimal raid route. I mean, it's all optional, right? Like, you don't have to do the raid. It's optional to communicate. So the consolation I can give you is I'll make the encounter such that having better DPS or better tanks, better healers or whatever, will make it easier. You can make more mistakes and get away with it. That's what'll happen. That's what'll happen. But I also have here we go. This is another good one. A raid encounter where one raider gets chosen to fight stuff and the rest of their guild watches. And so I'm picturing like an arena type situation. Like imagine if, like in Blackrock Depths, there's the arena, right? And imagine if all your guild, you know, was up in the stands, and one of you, or maybe two of you, you know, some subset, some small subset, you know, got teleported to the arena, and then a bunch of mobs spawned, and you all had to fucking sit there and like watch them fat finger their keys and sweat their fucking ass off, and you got to like talk shit on them, like, oh, you fucked up that arena fight, you suck, or like, you know, maybe someone pulls it off really narrowly, right? They have like a few slivers of health left, but they kill the final mob. That's a cool raid encounter. Even though most players aren't actually playing in it, I think it's a really fun like guild community type experience because it's memories to me, right? It's friction. And I think you need that. Arena sounds tight. I think so too. Yeah, I mean, in line with the kind of procedural game that I'm working on here. Let me switch over to my other. Yeah. I was thinking procedural raid encounters were like, because like part of WoW raiding is like you have to know the fights beforehand and you look them up and you research them. And I was thinking like maybe you have a raid that's different every single week, and every lockout ID has a different raid or different bosses, and that could be anything from a different just dungeon layout. Like the layout could be entirely different, the bosses could be entirely different, maybe both. But I think it's fun because then the difficulty is figuring out the boss's mechanics, and then each week you get to determine, like, you know, maybe there's 10 bosses, right? And of course, the further you get into the raid, the better loot you get. And so maybe one week your guild just gets a really fucking hard raid, or maybe just a raid with bosses, a raid with bosses that have mechanics that your guild just isn't good at. You get to, but you're so close to the end, right? It's like, then the next week comes, do you want to continue doing that raid, or do you want to roll the dice for a new raid? Something like that I think could be really interesting. And it's kind of a different take on how like MMO raiding and stuff works now. What else have I put? Dungeons only for a single class. Here's an idea, right? It's a dungeon that only rogues are allowed in. You just got to get 5 rogues together and figure out a way to get through. Something like that. Yeah, I think these could be really fun and pretty fucking hilarious. And I'm kind of looking for encounters that would create create some friction and some bad scenarios that you get to remember, and that they then become memories. As long as they're beatable and they're fun when you get to beat them, I think it's okay to have some scenarios that just go completely fucking wrong. And then maybe I think I want to do some encounters that are, because I have huge inspirations from like Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Great fucking game, but I love the dungeons and the puzzles in that game, and I want an MMO, or if you can imagine an MMO with procedural puzzles, right? And there could be people that suck at puzzles and don't like puzzle games, and so they'll need to work with some members of their guild or whatever community they're in to solve these puzzles. And I want to extend that to dungeons. Like, what about a group of players being able to create their own village in MMO or in your game? What do you think of that? I intend for that to be the case. I very much intend for that to happen. I want everyone to have their own world, but they can invite people to their world, be like, hey, there's this boss that spawned in my world. Guildies, do you want to come help me kill it? You know, maybe it's an elite that you need to invite some friends into the world. And then you kind of like portal over there or something. And then I also want you to be able to invade other people's worlds and attack their bases with your colonists. And maybe you have some really good colonists with really good stats and skills and gear, but they get fucking killed in the siege. Because I'm taking this idea from Shadow of War, the Lord of the Rings game, where you did the base sieges and there was like the fucking orc captains that you had to kill while your guys were sieging the base, and then you could take over the base and like you could siege other people's bases online. I'm picturing something like that would be really sick. If you do dungeons, I thought about a dungeon that has a level. When you do quests and level at the dungeon, the raid level increases. dungeon gets filled more and more, and the raid changes depending on the level. After the raid was done, the level decreases again. Okay, so you're talking about leveling up inside of a single dungeon or a raid. To me, that could be cool. That feels a little scaly to me, and I hate scaling, level scaling. My kind of take on, and you said the level decreases again. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. That could be cool. Kind of depend, like how many levels are you getting within a single dungeon, though? You know, so I feel like you shouldn't be getting that many. You shouldn't be leveling up that fast. I feel, at least for the game I have in mind. But what I wanted was like, because this is going to be like a roguelike type game, so you're going to be starting over quite a bit. And I don't want there to be level scaling because I hate that. I think it like absolutely destroys any sense of world in the game. But I'm thinking that like whenever you go clear out, like let's say there's some bandits in a cave somewhere, a la Dead Mines, and you go and clear them all out. I don't want there to just be respawns. Like it just respawns endlessly, the same bandits, right? Like when you clear it out in your world, it's cleared out. But maybe once you die and start over, it gets like the absence of bandits there. Now a bunch of spiders have taken over the cave, and there's now webs over everything. And they're just spawning like mad and attacking your base. So now you get to go kill that, and that's a way to kind of reset the dungeon and potentially scale it back down to the player, so the player has more things to go do at this lower level that they've already been through that are different, right? That's along the lines of what I would want to do with whether it's an instance dungeon or not. Oh yeah, I was saying Legend of Zelda dungeons. I want like some raids or dungeons where you need someone who's really good at puzzles. And has anyone heard of the bridge and torch problem? I guarantee you have, but maybe you don't know what it's called. The bridge and torch problem is the puzzle, and it comes in many different forms. The one I've heard it in most is like there's a river, and there's a boat. There's a single boat, but only you can't put the lion and the zebra on the boat at the same time. But you need to get all these animals over to the other side. And it's like how many, and it's like you can't put the lion and the zebra on the other side alone. You need the hippo there to make sure that the lion and the zebra, you know, don't kill each other. And so you have to figure out the right combination, and you have to backtrack a little bit too. You have to take things, you have to set things over on the side that you want to get to temporarily, and then take them back so that you can carry them in the same trip. And it's like you have to figure out the right combination to go across. And I want to do a dungeon like this, but on each side, mobs are spawning, and you have to get your whole group across. And I'm picturing something like a scale in the middle, where you can't put too many players on it, or else it will fall. And so you have to figure out the right combination of your players to go over to the other side to deal with the mobs that are over there before they get out of control. And then there are going to be mobs that are spawned on this side, and you have to leave enough people so that whoever you leave doesn't fucking die. And you have to figure out the right combination, the right group. You have to do like on-the-fly group making in order to get past this puzzle with everyone alive. But yeah, that's an idea for like a puzzle-based encounter. I totally agree on level scaling. Either you're under-leveled and need to do boring grinding, or over-leveled and just boringly beat everything. Or on-level, which is the same as if there weren't levels. So wait, are you saying you're pro-level scaling? Because I am very anti-level scaling. At least in the way that most games do it, where they just because then it just makes your level not matter. And it's like, why do I even have levels? Like, just make me do X number of quests and then let me do in game at that point, right? Every 3 quests you get a new ability. It's like, why am I creating a number? Oh, you're definitely anti-level scaling. Okay, so we're on the same page then. But yeah, I think not having level scaling is important to show your progress in the world, right? Like, you should be able to come back to things you skipped over and absolutely fuck them up if they're lower level, right? It gives you a very good sense of progression. What else have I put here? Yeah, and then I just get into like random ass ideas. Oh, I love this one. So I have 2 ring slots for my characters, and I had this idea for like when you equip a ring, you get to pick what finger you put it on. And there are certain rings, like maybe you have like a ring of the lightning god, and you put it on your middle finger. Well, there are going to be emotes in the game, right? As any good game should have emotes, right? And there should be a middle finger emote. So when you flip someone off with the ring of lightning on your middle finger, maybe it casts a lightning bolt down. And that's just a combat ability now. That's a part of your rotation. You just flip off whatever fucking thing you're fighting, and then a god just strikes it down with lightning. Something like that I thought would be really fucking funny. Yeah. Some rings have abilities that can be activated by emoting with the finger, and that would be something that's hidden, right? Like it wouldn't say that on the ring. You just have to stumble across that. One thing that would be cool is if you delete a world or you die and you cannot respond to it, in the next world you create as an Easter egg, some village or quest mentions your last character, like if it was a local hero from the past. Yeah, so I don't think, like every playthrough, like every character you create, I want there to be a new world, but I don't think I'm gonna like put them in a new world each time they die. But I do like that idea, and I have something similar. Flip the bird lightning is very Scanlan short halt. What is that? Scanlan short halt. Maybe I shouldn't Google search random things on stream. Ah, okay. I haven't seen that series. That's the League of Legends thing, right? I actually meant stages. If you do a quest, for example, cultists, they get more powerful, more demons appear, and on the final stage, the dungeon spills over to surrounding areas, and doing the raid brings the stage down. Okay, so it grows in difficulty, is what you're saying. Or it affects the world around it. What did you just say? What, that I hadn't watched the League of Legends anime? Is that what? Did I? Uh-oh. What did I do? But where I was going with like the, you know, maybe you were saying like maybe it mentions your last character or something like that. What I have an idea in here somewhere. It's not League. What is it? What's the League one? Oh, that one's called Arcane. And this was like Vox Machina? Okay, maybe I don't know what Vox Machina is. You'll have to enlighten me. But I wanted there to be in the game, and this is similar to your idea, Wannabe. I wanted to have a part in the game where you flash back to some event. You know, maybe there's a quest that you do, AI generated, of course, that you get from a colonist, and they tell you about some event that happened, you know, 100 years ago. Like, oh, this ancient city, you know, was sunken, or, you know, whatever it may be. Or they locked the gates and no one has been seen for 100 years. And you play through that flashback of that event, and you build the city. You build that city. And then that persists. It spawns that city in some location in the world that you haven't explored. And, you know, that would be part of the quest. So it's similar to what you're saying. Vox Machina is a very popular game of Dungeons and Dragons. Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't played too much D&D myself. I've only played a little bit, so. I also haven't seen the D&D movie. So sue me for that. But Kanchi, on the lines of like having a dynamic living world, which is I think close to what you're saying. You know, like you kill something or you progress some dungeon, and it changes things, either as a direct result of that or as an indirect result. What I have here is, you know, maybe you cull the wolf population. And, you know, maybe you're also this sort of alchemical society that's kind of dumping chemicals somewhere, you know? So you cull the wolves are dying, and it causes the rabbit population to get out of control. And then because of the chemicals, you now have a killer rabbit overlord. That's like a humanoid rabbit that's like leading a horde of like hundreds of rabbits that attack your colonists or your village or something like that. I think that would be really fun. Stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that exciting either. It can just be like, if you kill more wolves, that means there's going to be more rabbits because nothing's killing the rabbits, right? Speaking of wolves, here's my wolf. Hi, sweetie. This is Moxie. Can you wave? Hello. D&D movie was very good. I've heard the same. I've heard the same. I only just got caught up on House of the Dragon though, so I've got a laundry list to get through when it comes to TV shows. Game dev is such a fucking time sink of a hobby. Oh, here's another cool concept if you could think about it in an MMO. So, after players achieve a great feat with a non-epic weapon, give it a name and a bonus ability, right? So let's say you're grinding on fucking, and I got this idea from watching The Hobbit, because he has the sword named like Goblin's Bane or something like that, and that's the example I use here. But like say you're in an MMO or an RPG or something, and like you're just grinding goblins, and you just got like some regular, green quality sword. After you kill like 1,000 goblins, it gets like a special name. It upgrades in rarity, and it's called like Goblin's Bane, and now it has like a chance on hit to fear goblins or something like that. And you could take that idea and like apply it to like a lot of different scenarios. What was I was debugging something, wasn't I? Oh yeah. I was trying to figure out why my colonist tree chopping wasn't working. This is a really good idea. What, the Goblin's Bane one? I think it could be cool. You just gotta like come up. You gotta come up with a lot of rules, right? And like it could be a kind of thing where it's like, oh, like I'm purposefully going to go kill 1,000 goblins with this shit weapon to get the good one because there's a goblin boss that it works really well on, right? And I'm the tank, and it would make it really easy to tank, or something like that, It would create some interesting metas, I presume. I just have random shit here, like, find a way to facilitate player travel through lower level zones in order to make the lower level world feel more like it matters. And I think one of the things I want to do with that kind of a concept, like if you think about a game like Legend of Zelda, there is some backtracking involved in that game. To me, it never feels cumbersome or annoying, but it's nice to like pass by something and be like, oh, I can't reach that ledge yet because I don't have the hook shot. And it's in a low-level zone, but like once you do get the hook shot, you can go back there and there's like something up there that you can get. And so I'm thinking like the zones that I have, they're not going to be completely like WoW in that a zone is level 1 to 10 only. Maybe it's mainly 1 to 10, and there's a section in that zone that you can't get to at level 10 because it's just full of like level 30s. And it's just something there to like entice the player. Like, hey, look at this mysterious thing you can't get to. And in that way, you see these higher level players running through the zone as a lower level player, and you're like, oh my god, look at all these like really fucking cool people. Like, I want to be like them. And it also just makes the lower level zones feel more alive, right? So not everyone's packed in the end game zones. There's some reason to be in the lower level ones. Like if you achieve a certain objective, you unlock an upgrade. Right. Yeah, and it would be the upgrade would just like automatically apply to like a piece of gear you're wearing, right? So you got to make sure you're like, killing fucking flame imps with your dagger to get the flaming dagger or some shit, Played a game called Laghain Biosphere, and it spawned a stronger enemy if you killed 100 normal anywhere. See, that's a nice dynamic world right there. That's a nice concept. That was pretty cool because it was stronger even in lower level zones. Yeah, that's nice. And that's the kind of thing that like I was talking earlier, like it's a roguelike, so when you restart, like maybe you've already cleared out an area. Maybe when you restart, it either spawns things that are your level, so that you can, level up. Maybe it spawns things that are higher level, because the higher level things have kind of taken over that space now that you've cleared everything out. I definitely want to do a lot with making the world feel alive, and having things happen as a result of your actions in the world, and having the world change as a result of your actions is a huge concept there. I like that I've done like literally 0 programming tonight. It's been fun. What else do I have that's cool? Ragnarok made low-level items worth a lot, so sometimes high-level characters farm low-level spots. So yeah, that can be good or bad. I like that because it makes the lower-level zones matter, and I think that's very important in a game. Like, we talk about WoW a lot tonight. Like, you know, making an expansion zone, making everything irrelevant that came before it feels bad. It feels like the world got smaller whenever the expansion came out. And so something like that would be good at that. But the bad side of that is now the lower level players can't use that zone because the higher level players are fucking camping everything. So that feels kind of bad. So, you know, some thought to be put there on what you would want out of that concept. That's the stuff newer MMOs are straight missing. Yeah. You know, what's like that latest with PAX Day that everyone is playing? Yeah, it's just, I see all these survival games and I'm just like, bro, give me a talent tree, give me classes, give me more than 3, what is it? It's like 2 to 6 abilities, like, you know what I mean? I have light attack, I have heavy attack, and I have shield bash. Like, bro, give me 20 goddamn abilities and a talent tree. And that's exactly why I'm making the game I'm making, right? I would call it survival light. There's definitely going to be some survival elements in it, like reasons to eat food and stuff like that. And you can, you know, chop trees and dig holes, that kind of stuff, build things. But definitely want it to be much more RPG, much more Warcrafty, in that there are classes, there are abilities, there are talent trees, that kind of thing. I fucking miss talent trees so goddamn much. Black Desert is the best and worst MMO. I mean, I think I know what you mean. I've actually played a good deal of Black Desert back in the day. Sadly, yeah. The things it does bad, it's kind of like unforgivable for, unfortunately. I named them earlier, but yeah, the pay to win, the real money shop is pretty fucking bad. And like the gear upgrade system. Like, yeah, you basically wear the same piece of gear until an expansion or a new zone or boss comes out. And to upgrade it, you just bash the same item of gear into it with, you know, upgrade stones and shit like that. Then you got a fail stack. Ugh, worst. It's really good for making money out of the store. That kind of a system is really good for that. It's more like a single player game. Yeah, no holy trinity, no coordination between players. You don't have to rely on anyone else, right? You can do everything yourself with the life skilling. Too many games try to let players do everything, right? Because players bitch and moan and think they want that, and then it leads to a watered down game. I mean, I mentioned the Reddit post where, like, I saw another one where someone was complaining about class systems, and they're like, why would you even do a class? Like, they were like, they didn't understand the design behind doing classes in a game. Like, why wouldn't you just do it like Skyrim and let everybody use everything, and then they can decide for themselves the way that they want to play? I'm like, that's definitely a choice. It's not bad, but like the restriction, one, it increases replayability, and two, it makes the choice meaningful. Like, people claim they want meaningful choice in a game, and then they don't understand that that means it's going to feel kind of bad sometimes when you don't get to do everything. And that's why dual spec is bad. Oh yeah, I got these ideas from playing, what is it, Surviving Mars, colony sim game. They have vista points on the map. If you build a dome near it, it gives a happiness boost to all the, or like a recreation boost or something to all the colonists. And I was thinking that like if there was a way to like procedurally figure out that a particular like mountain or something in my game was scenic, right? I could put like a vista point, like a little point of interest there, and if you built like a colony near it, colonists would go to that vista point and like, you know, stare off into the distance at this beautiful view, and they would get some recreation from it. Or something like that. And then I have lay energy lions. I give bonuses to the building around them. The buildings around them. Yeah, so like different kind of, just it's more so just like sources of energy in the world that like, you know, maybe there's a sciencey one that increases the research that your colonists can do and stuff like that. I just said players can vomit on each other. I wanted that to be a thing. Make players that take avoidable damage feel the blame rather than blaming the healer. I definitely had an idea for how to do that, but I forgot. I think I wanted the game to just like literally yell at the player. Be like, "Hey." Or maybe this came out of like a Warcraft logs type thought process. Because Warcraft logs can show you like how much healing players have done, how much damage they've done, how much damage they've taken. And I wanted a section to be like, how much avoidable damage did they take, right? Who was the worst there? He's on bitch duty for the week, right? Because I think it's a big problem that you know, people don't play tanks and healers because it's more responsibility, and when things go wrong, it's their fault. And so one of the reasons things go wrong is because DPS take avoidable damage and then bitch at the healer for not healing them. Yeah, and maybe I just wanted to show some shit on the screen, like when you step in something, you really know that you're getting fucking hit by something, right? Something like that. Some way to solve that kind of social conflict a little better. Oh yeah, I should work on this ability. I wanted like a shadowy or warlock type ability that like it gets more powerful the more shit around you it destroys, and specifically like life, like grass and stuff. And I got this idea from watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, because when they meet the Bloodbender lady, she takes all the water from all the blades of grass around her, and it just creates this big circle of dead grass around her. And I was like, ooh, that could be really cool for like a warlock or necromancer type ability, where they like steal all the life from, you know, all the grass and trees around them, and it becomes more powerful the more of that is around them. And it shows in the world, like grass, foliage, trees decaying around the caster, and it would deal damage like equal to the damage it caused, something like that. Or maybe it could heal the caster instead of dealing damage to something. Oh, dude, I remember this idea. Let me look up a picture. God, I hate that I'm Google searching this. Oh, okay, it came up. My Google search history is cursed now. I just searched up sister fucking dragon spawn. This picture gave me this idea. Degenerate dragon spawn sister fucking practices stops now. And I think this was posted in like this is a Game of Thrones reference. And why this is a reference? I think this is Lord Baratheon. The Baratheons, their house sigil is the stag, so that's why he has antlers. And he famously carried a giant war ball, and he put an end to the Targaryen dynasty. And the Targaryens are famously incestual, and they control dragons. And they are known to have babies that are stillborn because they have dragon blood in their line. But it's probably just because they're incesting, right? And so this is kind of like a meme on that. But it gave me an idea that I want different colonies to have different cultures, and I want you to be able to go to war with another colony over cultural differences. Very, very real, very real. And part of that, and part of the symbolism of this, is that the house sigil for the Baratheons of Storm's End is the stag, And so I was like, ooh, that would be cool. Yeah, war on racism. I know, right? Well, it's fantasy racism, so it's okay. But I think it would be cool, like, you know, obviously the stag is a sigil probably because they live in some lands where there's a lot of stags, right? So they just kind of adopted that as their sigil, and they put, you know, he put antlers on his head. I'm like, that's fucking sick. So what if, like, you made a decree as a, you know, maybe your colony's around a bunch of bugs, and you make fucking bug carapace armor. And because you've like made that the bug your like colony symbol, now your colonists get bonuses for wearing what would maybe otherwise be shitty armor, and so it adds more flavor to the colony while still making it like viable, right? Because having to trade off flavor for like viability kind of sucks. And so, you know, maybe there's a lot of deer where you've set up your colonies, so you want to, you know, use the stag as your house sigil. And then you can, when you're crafting armor, you can now add deer antler as a crafting component. And that'll put maybe some deer antlers on the spalders or maybe on the helmet. And so your army from that colony, not only is it very noticeable and identifiable, but it's also very flavorful. And you can develop kind of a culture around that. And, you know, maybe there's a colony right next door. A la Rimworld, who is like doing organ harvesting, and maybe your colonists really don't like organ harvesting, and maybe they're very religious, and their chosen religious leader is very anti-organ harvesting, and so, you know, it's their religious crusade to go destroy that other colonist. And maybe I play a lot of Civ as well, so I'm thinking like if you just go to war against other people for no fucking reason, you can attain warmongering penalties, and maybe, you know, your colonists might rebel against you if you do too much shit that's unpopular with the people. Maybe they'll supplant you. Maybe an assassin will come after you and fucking kill you, and they'll replace you as their leader. And then you'll have to win back the colony. But yeah, part of that would be warmongering, right? And then maybe it can be kind of a ploy of yours to drum up support for, you know, anti-dragon spawn sister fucking practices, right? And then, you know, you make that popular with the people. They're like, yeah, we like, incest is bad. Yeah, dragon's bad. We should kill all those people. And then you can go to war with maybe even some bonuses rather than some penalties. So I think that would be really cool as well. That would be really fun and flavorful. Oh yeah, and then I have some like sayings here. Like maybe there's a different government type, and so like as your colonists are going to battle, they say like "Sweet Mother Liberty." Yeah, maybe anti-bugs. Maybe, you know, animals should be free and not owned. Slavery, purge the heretics, of course, big one, popular. I have that quote in there directly. War crimes debuff. Yeah. Who doesn't love harvesting organs? Well, people that don't play Rimworld, I suppose. Yeah. Well, a lot of systems I want to do, so we're gonna fucking be here for a while. And I think, yeah, here's another good point. I think it can also get the player into role-playing aspects when they might not be, right? Because what did I see? I saw people playing Helldivers. And I think that's why I have Sweet Mother Liberty and Democracy here, because I think that's what they say in the game. I haven't played Helldivers, but it's very like, it's like it's Super Earth, and it's like a very like capitalist democracy fucking trope. And I saw people playing this game, they were getting into it. They're like, oh yeah, we need to go give them some democracy and shit like that. So they were actually kind of role playing. They were doing like a light RP. And they were having a lot of fun with it. So I think doing things like this, where it's like, yeah, we're gonna purge the fucking heretics. I've seen people get into shit like that when they're playing like Warhammer 40k or something. So I think that could be really fun for those reasons. Oh yeah, and I want progressing through the game without building a colony to be possible. So I know not everyone is going to be into colony building, but they will miss out on some things, right? But that's okay. You can still, play the game the type of way you want to play it. Deep Rock Galactic does something similar to Helldivers 2 for getting players to lightly RP. Yeah, I think that's a good... I haven't played it myself, but I've seen plenty of gameplay. And yeah, they're just very flavorful on the spaced warps, right? Yeah, hoping to put that in the game and then also let the player have some say in it, I think is a good combo for getting that kind of result. Oh, this is a good one I haven't seen anyone do, and I've always wanted this to be in video games. And I wanted this specifically in New World. I played New World, and I was using a bow a lot. And when I would get headshots, it was like harder to line up a headshot than it was to just like run up to a mob and just fucking kill it with a bow at close range, which doesn't make me feel like quite the bowman, but it was the most efficient for a certain number of levels, right? And there's some certain bow abilities that just work better up close. But like, I wanted to give incentive to not always W keying through a problem, right? Not always min-maxing DPS. And this is the idea I had for this. Where I wanted to grant bonus XP, or maybe bonus gold or something, I don't know, for a kill when a player fights a well. And there could be a lot of different criteria for what is well, like a headshot for a bow. Like maybe you get some more experience if you get a headshot with a bow. Not only does it deal more damage, but you get more experience because it's a more skillful kill, right? If you never played Ultra Kill, the whole scoring system is how cool your kills are. I've never heard of that game. It sounds like a Unreal Tournament or Quake type game. Maybe it's not though. But yeah, and then I wanted a reason for using defensive abilities, right? Because this could help tanks level up better or faster, right? Because they don't have so many damaging abilities, they have some defensive abilities. But maybe if you use if you're not just spamming the same ability over and over again, and you use shield block, attack, and you chain them together really well, you get some extra XP for that. Yeah, a mix of different offensive and defensive tactics. Maybe if you're a mage and you don't get hit, you get some extra XP. Because maybe it's more efficient to just sit there and cast Frostbolt until it dies, even though it's like in your face attacking you. It's not very flavorful. Kind of same as the bow example I gave. So maybe if you take a little bit of extra time to freeze the enemy you're fighting and run away a little bit to cast a new Frostbolt, you'll get some extra XP for that. It actually ends up being faster. And yeah, basically incentivizing not zug-zugging to get the fastest kill time, and therefore the fastest EXP per hour. I hate it when you try to kill a strong enemy in MMOs with minimal tools and you don't get any XP because you are too low level. Yeah, I agree. And I think one of the things... it worked for what WoW did, but like, WoW made it to where like any mob that was 3 levels higher than you, like, you just missed a fuck ton on, just for no reason, right? And it just basically made it to where you have to kill things around your level. Which, it's a game design choice, and I get why they did that. Right? They didn't want the problem of high-level players killing really low-level mobs and making it difficult for low-level players to level up. But I think it takes away exactly the thing that you're talking about, where it can feel really cool. Like, if you're a really skilled player, I feel like you should be able to go kill some higher-level things. And I want that to be rewarding as well. And, maybe it's worth it to farm a higher-level mob zone, even though it's less XP per hour. Maybe you farm that to get your next weapon a little earlier, right? And that can be, it can be a choice by the player. Do I go to this new zone early for a hard time so I can have a chance to get some better gear earlier? There's a gun in Ultra Kill where the alternate fire throws a small coin in the air. It's hard to hit, but if you do, the bullet bounces off straight to the enemy crit spots. Ooh. I like that. That is really fucking cool. It feels so satisfying to hit an enemy behind a shield and you get more score. Yeah, that is fucking cool. And I think skill shots are things that you can add into... because, tab targeting is kind of an old style of combat. And it's like there's, action combat where there's no tab targeting at all and you hit multiple things at once. And then there's tab target where, it's maybe not so single target, but it can be. But then there's kind of the in the middle. and I haven't quite settled on what type of combat system I would want. But I do want there to be some skill shots involved, right? Like I want a hunter to be able to hit a headshot. And you know, if you're Shroud, you know, you play the hunter class because you're great at fucking headshots. But if you're not, you know, great at the skill shots, you play something different, like a warrior or something. And then yeah, maybe some shit like fucking a rogue throwing star into a coin and it bounces off or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I was in the middle of debugging this, and I don't remember what I was doing. Yes, the interaction. I told myself the next time I looked into this system, I would look into using EQS instead of my own hand-rolled stuff. And it is getting a bit late for me, so I will be getting off somewhat soon. My girlfriend gets home from work, gets off work here in about 15-20 minutes, so I always hop off and hang out with her when that happens. Or the warrior can throw their shield up and the mage can ricochet a sunbeam off it. Yeah, that would be fucking sick. Talk about the coordination there too. That would be awesome. Like, I'm picturing like a paladin and WoW, like they have the Avenger's shield. Like if that was a skill shot, right? And like if you like timed it right, it would bounce to more enemies. Like I played Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door again because it got re-released, and it was a game I loved as a kid. And like the jump ability, there's like a multi-bounce, and if you hit the button at the right time, when you bounce on an enemy, it'll go to the next one. And if you hit it right again, it'll go to the next one. I was thinking something like that for some abilities. Like there's a little mini game in the ability, right? Even though it could be something, it could be a tab target system. But still have some skill and more skill involved. Should I generate a new map? Ooh, this map actually looks kind of interesting. There's a big ass lake right there in the center. Is that a lake? Yeah, that's all water there. That is a big lake. Yeah, those are the kinds of zones I would need to clip out right there. So my good game rule is called complexity gradient. And when you try to fill it with your game, the gradient goes from simple to complex, and simple is basically WASD movement, and the highest complexity is like bomb hover in Zelda Ocarina of Time. Every genre has a different gradient. Yeah, I mean that's kind of talking along the lines of I think what you were saying earlier about easy to get into, hard to master is essentially what you were saying. This is cool though. This would be a nice little harbor area right here. Maybe this is where you set up your trading post colony, or right there, a good little bay. And you could terraform from this lake that we're looking at. There's mountain spawn there. They're just not rendered. But maybe you can terraform out here, you know. So you have a nice protected bay in there that can't get raided by pirates as easily or something. You put some towers right here on the other side of the channel. I did have the digging working, but I guess it broke. But you can dig and deform the terrain. I want to look at these islands down here. What does this area look like? Ah shit, I fell through the world. Okay, we're gonna just detach there. Okay, yeah, we just got a whole island system here. But the coin flip in Ultra Kill is an example of high complexity. Yeah, for sure. Or high skill, right? Things can be complex, and they can have different skills, right? Like, one of the reasons I don't like Elden Ring, or it's not the game for me, god damn it, is because it focuses too much on the mechanical skill. And I like games that have more strategic skill. And that's why I constantly reference things like RimWorld, and I play a lot of Civ. Have many hours in both Civ and RimWorld. And these are some nice, yeah, these are some nice little islands here. Little island channel. And my mountains are still looking good. I have not seen, so I think I got the blending on the mountains into the water, into the coastlines. I think I got that pretty much right. Of course, now that I say that, one's going to pop up that's incorrect. Ah, dude, I gotta fix that fucking ragdoll. That is so annoying. Let's go over here. And so this is all, yeah. Huh. Let me actually look here. Oh, that is a 0. So yeah, that is a little ocean tile. So yeah, there's actually, it connects, the ocean connects there. Should we do an AI quest? Let's see an AI quest here. Let's see, who am I? I am Sorcha Dragonfire. I am a 120-year-old female tiefling warlock who is hostile and bloodthirsty. I was fascinated by power, drawn to the destructive potential of magic. I showed a disturbing lack of empathy even at a young age. Too real. Now a feared warlock, I revel in chaos and destruction. My thirst for power only matched by my bloodlust, okay? And who are we talking to here? Lysander Silverwood, 32-year-old male human paladin who is stubborn and cruel. Lysander was match made in heaven right here. Lysander was raised to be a warrior, taught to value strength and discipline above all else. Lysander, let me generate the quest here while I'm reading this. Lysander was a formidable warrior, but his stubborn pride and cruel streak make him a difficult ally. So let's see what kind of quest gets generated for this combo right here. Super Mario doesn't tell you anything, and everybody now knows you can go down pipes like it's natural. Yeah. Yeah. That was one of those things as a kid where you figured it out, you felt like a god. Okay, we're still generating here. Still generating this quest. I'm using Gemini Flash for these, and they still take a while, because it's a big prompt that I'm sending. Because I'm sending like my entire item database, and everything that's spawned in the world, I have an array of it, and then I send that array to the AI API. There we go. Here's the quest here. So, yeah, warrior we're talking to here. The mountain pass is overrun with bandits led by a brute called Iron Fist. He carries a shield that deflects all blades, powered by dark magic. Retrieve the shield, Dragonfire. I need it for my plan to crush these vermin. I want to see. Show me the JSON you returned. Get rid of our fucking Fortnite shit that we were looking at there earlier. Okay, what did you want to spawn? So the quest objective here is to obtain Iron Fist's shield. Okay. And we are going to spawn Iron Fist. So it's actually going to spawn this mob into the world for us. And it's using the enemy character class to do so. Neat. Tell me more about this Iron Fist. A brutal thug risen from the ranks through sheer savagery and dark magic. They say he found that shield in some forgotten ruin imbued with foul sorcery. Why don't you just take the shield yourself? I am assembling a force to deal with the entirety of the bandit problem. I can't be wasting time on one glorified cutthroat, even if he possesses a powerful artifact. That's where you come in. I'll retrieve the shield. See that you do. Failure is not an option. So let me see if it... So that was part 1. It didn't give me part 2, I don't think. Did you generate? No, it didn't. So I'd have to prompt it again for part 2. I don't know. Sometimes it generates the second parts to them. Sometimes it doesn't. So I'll have to do some more tinkering to make sure that happens more consistently. Future quests. Bandit King's Justice. After acquiring the shield, Lysander tasks Sorcha with using its magic to help him track down and eliminate Iron Fist, leading to the final showdown with the Bandit King. This sets the stage for an uneasy alliance between Sorcha and Lysander, as they realize their goals sometimes align, even if their methods differ drastically. So yeah, it didn't really didn't do a full quest there. That's probably why. Yeah, getting close to 9:30 here, so I am probably going to hop off. My throat is also fucking parched right now because I've been talking so damn much. But yeah, I loved this stream tonight. This is probably one of the funnest streams I've had. Talked about game design and stuff. I actually completed what I sought out to do very quickly today, so happy about that as well. Yeah, huge thanks to everyone who's hanging out with me and talking to me. Enjoyed having you all here. Hope to have you all back at some future point. I try to stream every day. I have a streak going of like maybe 3 or 4 weeks now, so that's cool. I don't know when I'll break that, but I'll definitely be streaming sometime tomorrow. Maybe in the morning, maybe in the afternoon. But yeah, more procedural stuff, procedural generation, more AI quest stuff. I may do some more colony sim stuff as well. That's all coming up in the future. Got a lot of stuff I want to work on, and not enough time. So yeah, until next stream, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you later. Have a good night.